devices are off, on silent, or whatever it takes to keep them quiet. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sillo. Who's leading the witness?
Advocate.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Brigadier.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Must I proceed to swear in the Brigadier, or are there any?
Chair. You will swear.
Brigadier, will you be swearing or affirming?
Swearing, Commissioner.
Please state your full names for the record.
Campbell Msizi Nyuswa, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Brigadier. I am being prevailed upon by my co-commissioners that we stand down for a few minutes to talk to counsel outside.
Resume. Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
There was initially an application for the hearing to be in camera. We are advised by counsel that that's no longer going to be the case, and that the hearing of the Brigadier's testimony will be fully in open session. You confirm that, Brigadier?
I confirm, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before we begin with the Brigadier's statement, if I could just give some context as to the statement that he will be reading into the record or dealing with as part of his initial evidence. The Commission had sent Rule 3 notices to the Brigadier, and 3 notices, and in respect of those notices, he submitted 3 statements where he responded ad seriatim to each of those statements. When we consulted with him at the time that he was supposed to initially give evidence, he indicated that he was not aware that he could ask for assistance insofar as preparing a statement for him is concerned. We then consulted with him and assisted him with a statement to consolidate the 3 statements that he initially submitted as ad seriatim responses to the Rule 3 notices. That notice has been, that statement was produced over the weekend, and the commissioners have it as the first statement in your bundle, which is Brigadier Nyuswa's statement bundle. The purpose of that statement is really to just consolidate those 3 statements, but also for him to put forward his version in the manner that he would have wanted to had he had the assistance from the beginning. And he will then give his evidence. So that the main statement that will be read is the statement that is before you now as the first statement in that bundle. But the other 3 statements should not be ignored to the extent that the first statement doesn't deal with some aspects that those other statements dealt with pertinently. But we will get to that when he is done with this main statement. And that statement appears at page 1 to 19.
So does this mean we go by this statement, the 24-page statement?
Yes, Chair, it's from page 1 to 19 is the statement. It was signed, and then there's an annexure which is from page 20 to 25, which is his SAP 96.
So that's what you'll be leading him on?
Correct, Chair.
1 to 19?
Yes.
I've read 1 to 24.
My apologies for that, Chair. The statement was produced only this morning by the Brigadier. He had some amendments that he wanted to make to the statement, and unfortunately, because he was traveling last night, couldn't get it to us in time. So he was only able to sign it. It's the statement that's signed the 17th of June, 2026. That's the statement that he'll be going through.
Thank you. We may start then.
Thank you. Brigadier, you have the statement in front of you that you signed this morning. Can you please go to page 19 of that statement and confirm that that is your signature that appears on page 19?
I confirm, Commissioners.
Okay. Do you confirm that the accuracy and correctness of the statement, the contents of the statement?
I confirm, Commissioners.
And then just to place on record that when we get to the conclusion, you had indicated that you wanted to read something into the record that's not contained in your statement.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Can we then start on page
Also,
1?
just flipping through this one, the 1 to 19, it looks like it doesn't have the add paragraph as does the 1 to 24.
Correct, Chair.
Right,
that he wanted to put it in a more narrative form to tell the story as opposed to the manner in which he had done it. So that's really the purpose. And it does state it in paragraph 3 of the statement what the purpose of the statement is.
It will make going through it much smoother, because looking at the 1 to 24, I thought it would delay us quite considerably, because we would have to read what paragraph 2 said if, for example, he was responding to paragraph 2.
of
the
name.
add to, then we must read to make sense of.
Yes, Chair.
This will be much smoother. Thank you.
That's
very
precisely
much.
why we advised him to do it this way, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
You may proceed, Brigadier. So, Brigadier, just to let you know, so this is the part of your evidence where you are invited to give us your version, and primarily uninterrupted. We will ask some clarification questions if we have to. You are welcome to read the statement, and where you feel the need to explain anything, you may do so, which is always the more preferable way to do it. But it's up to you when you want to pause and explain something that may not be clear from the statement. Do you understand?
I understand, Commissioners.
Thank you. So can we then start with page 1?
Thank you. I, undersigned Campbell Msizi Nyuswa, do state as follows. I am an elderly male, brigadier in the South African Police SAPS. I am a Provincial Commander for Serious Organised Crime Investigation, in bracket SOCI, of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI in bracket, in KwaZulu-Natal. On the 2nd of June 2026, I was served with a notice of precautionary suspension. My suspension relates to November 2021 theft of 541 kilograms of suspected cocaine from the DPCI offices in Potchefstroom. The suspected cocaine was seized on the 22nd June 2021 by Lieutenant Colonel Gavin Jacobs' team. The allegation relate to the Potchefstroom theft. It is alleged that I failed to comply with or contravene legislation or legal obligation by storing exhibit at the Potchefstroom DPCI offices which did not have adequate security, resulting in the theft of exhibit, and that I acted in a manner which brought the SAPS into disrepute, and that there is an element of dishonesty involved in the storing of the exhibit. I had no involvement in the Potchefstroom theft. I had previously submitted 3 statements in response to notices sent by the Commission. The purpose of this statement is to consolidate those statements and give my version to the Commission in a comprehensive manner. My background. I joined the police SAPS in 1987 as a trainee at the Police Training College in Hammanskraal. In December 1987, I was posted to the Special Guard Unit in Port Edward as a constable. Port Edward is in KwaZulu-Natal. My career in the SAPS include a transfer to the Maiden Robbery Unit in Potchefstroom in 1998 and a promotion to a rank of a captain in 2000. In 2002, I was transferred to Detective Services in Scottburgh, and in 2004, I was appointed Unit Commander for Organised Crime Unit in Potchefstroom. In 2009, when the Directorate of Special Operations, DSO, known as Scorpion, was dissolved and was replaced with the Directorate for Priority Crime, DPCI, known as HAWKS, the Potchefstroom Organised Crime Unit, where I was the unit commander, was incorporated into the Potchefstroom DPCI. I remained the unit commander at Potchefstroom DPCI with the rank of a lieutenant colonel until 2013, when I was requested to assist at the provincial office in the Serious Organised Crime section as a coordinator. In January 2017, I was seconded to the Crimes Against the State, CATS, unit at DPCI head office in Pretoria, reporting to Brigadier Klaba. The CAT section, he was a CAT section head. In March 2017, I was promoted to a rank of a colonel and appointed unit commander of Soki in Klerksdorp, that is in Northwest. But I ultimately did not take up that post because I was too busy with CAT matters and could not move at the time. In July 2018, the DPCI National Head, Lieutenant General Lebeya, transferred me to DPCI Serious Organized Crime Unit in Durban. I was reporting to the late Colonel Mlaba, who was the acting unit commander. In April 2020, the provincial commander of Soki post in KZN was vacant, and I was appointed as the acting provincial commander. At that time, the provincial head for DPCI KZN post was also vacant. Brigadier Mbata and Brigadier Rahman were both acting in that post interchangeable. Later that year, in August, I was promoted to a rank of a brigadier and appointed provincial commander Soki. The same post I was acting in April 2020. Major General Sinona was appointed the provincial head of DPCI KZN in August 2020, the same month as my permanent appointment as provincial commander Soki. In 2021, I reported direct to Major General Sinona as one of the 3 provincial commanders. My academic qualifications: I hold a national diploma in policing, a BTech degree in policing, MTech forensic investigation degree, and the LLB. All these qualifications were obtained through UNISA. Appointment of General Sinona in August 2020. As stated earlier, General Sinona and I were both appointed to our position in 2020. Prior to that, I had not worked with General Sinona. I was the most junior brigadier at the time. There was a tension between General Sinona and the other 2 brigadiers, being Brigadier Mbata and Brigadier Rahman, because they were shortlisted for the provincial head post, which ultimately went to General Sinona. When General Sinona arrived on the 1st of August 2020, he instructed each provincial commander to present a report of their current workload, which include cases the section was currently investigating and personnel. This was a time-consuming exercise which took approximately 3 months from the time that General Sinona arrived. My understanding was that General Sinona wanted to understand the operations of DPCI KZN, and this exercise will give him an understanding of operational aspects. When the exercise was completed, General Sinona informed the section commanders, I should say the provincial commanders, that he intended to align the DPCI KZN. It did not explain what this meant. General Sinona was not someone who could consult when he made decision. He will make the decision and expect everyone to fall in line, even if the decision had an impact on the working of your section as a commander. One such instance was when he moved members around as part of his alignment of the DPCI KZN. Another example was when he moved a colonel from my section in 2022 or 2023. This colonel was appointed as my section coordinator, assisting me with coordinating report and successes for the Soki section. Soki section is the busiest section And this colonel was an integral part of my team. General Snona transferred the colonel to Priority Crime Specialized Investigation, PCSI, Asset Forfeiture Investigations, AFI. He was moved without consulting me. PCSI already had a colonel in charge of that section, which meant that the section now had 2 colonels and I had none. I had to find another coordinator. I ended up with a lieutenant colonel who had to be trained for the position. This is an incorrect perception. There is an incorrect perception that I am General Sinona's guy. I suspect it's because we were appointed at the same time to the province. However, I had no dealings with General Sinona prior to August 2020. When he was appointed the provincial head, our relationship was strictly that of a senior and a junior colleague. I had never been to his home, and he has never been to mine. I have never socialized with him outside work.
For transcription purposes, I just want to indicate that you have Guy in inverted commas or quotation marks. There is an incorrect perception that I am General Sinona's open quote Guy, close quote, full stop.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You may continue.
I do recall that he invited the DPCI management to his father's unveiling ceremony in 2021 in Pretoria, which I attended as I was in Gauteng that weekend. Brigadier Rahman also attended the unveiling, as did other SAPS members. In 2024, General Snona attended my father's funeral in KZN, together with KZN DPCI management and members. When General Snona was appointed, all 3 section heads were stationed at provincial office, which is head office of the Hawks and KZN.
Sorry, Brigadier, should that not be provincial heads? All
Provincial
3?
commanders.
Yes, provincial commanders.
Yes. I got the sense that General Sonona felt that Brigadier Mbata and Rahman were undermining him, and that I was the more respectful of the 3. I think this is because of the 2 brigadiers were shortlisted for his post. I recall that in 2023, when Brigadier Rahman retired, he did not attend his farewell function. And it was said, although I do not know the fact, for the fact that the reason for his non-attendance was the strained relationship with General Snow. It was not unusual for provincial commanders to be based at the provincial office, although the preference is to be based where your team is based. However, in 2023 and 2024, when the other brigadiers retired and replaced as provincial commanders, General Snona stationed those provincial commanders elsewhere, and I remained at provincial office. This may have also created the impression that I was close to General Snona, but I was not. General Snona did not have much regard for me, but I was respectful to him as my senior. As the provincial head, he felt that he could bypass me and give me instruction direct to my members without informing me. In September,
Sorry. And where was your team based? Because you say that provincial commanders, the preference would be to base them where their team is based.
That's correct.
And that the replacements of the 2 brigadiers who retired were where their teams are or were based. So where was your team based, or where is your team based?
Commissioner, I have one office in Durban, but not in the provincial office. It's in Victoria Embankment.
Where is your team based?
In that office. But I'm still coming to that, Commissioner, on my statement because I've got more offices throughout KZN. But there is one office in Durban, in Victoria Embankment.
I'm not sure whether that clarifies where your team is based, because my sense from the first sentence of paragraph 18 is that you are able to say X team is based at such a place and Y team is based at such a place. So that's why I want to have an idea of where your team is based. Are you able to say? I'm not asking about, you are referring to several offices that you have. I'm not asking about that. I want to know where your team is based.
I have an office in Durban, in Victoria Embankment.
Is it your office? Is it your office that determines where the team is based?
Yes, sir. I don't know if I understand the commission.
Let's read your first sentence. Let's read of paragraph 18. It was not unusual for the provincial commanders to be based at the provincial office, although the preference is to be based where your team is based. So that last part, where your team is based, gives me the distinct impression that you are able to say that a team is based at such and such a place. Do you follow me thus far?
I follow you, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, and you say, once the two brigadiers who competed for the provincial headship with General Sinona, once they had retired,
yes,
their replacements were then placed where their teams were based. Am I correct thus far?
you're correct, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
All those teams,
Yes.
sorry to come in, all those teams are based in Durban but not in provincial office.
they are based in Durban.
Yes.
All right. So, and your team, you say your team is based where?
I've got one team that is also in Durban.
In Durban.
Yes.
All right. Does that mean you have another team elsewhere?
Yes, Commissioner, but I will still be
Okay,
coming.
all right. I'll leave it. Thank you, Brigadier. I think you were to start at paragraph 19.
In September or October 23, a prominent businessman from Watuguza was kidnapped. Captain Enoch was the investigating officer and Lieutenant Colonel Govender was the head of the tracing team. The members work on this case. At some point, I realized that I was not kept up to date with the progress of the investigation. I called Captain Enoch. He's now a lieutenant colonel. That's why I keep on mistaking. The investigating officer, and I inquired why I was not being updated, and he told me that the team was reporting direct to the General Sinona. I told him that I still expected to be kept informed, even if they were reporting to General Sinona. Following the investigation, 2 Mozambican nationals and a policeman were arrested relating to kidnapping. One of the suspects was Mr. Nangi. The NPA took the decision to withdraw the case against the suspect and lodge a complaint to DPCI head office regarding the manner in which the investigation was handled. General Sinona, Lieutenant Colonel Govender, other member, and I were charged for misconduct, and the disciplinary proceedings are not yet finalized. Apart from the above disciplinary action and the precautionary suspension relating to Potchefstroom, I do not have any other disciplinary matters.
What were you charged with in connection with the kidnapping investigations?
The misconduct was that we failed to manage the case. As a result of that, it was withdrawn by the NPA because NPA also wrote a letter, a complaint to head office stating the reason why the matter was withdrawn.
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Serious Organized Crime Section duties as a Provincial Commander. My duties, amongst others, are to ensure that project and major investigations are conducted by Serious Organized Crime Sections against identified individuals, so-called high flyers and criminal groupings and syndicates. The Serious Organized Crime Section has 3 sections, namely Serious Organized Crime Unit, Crimes Against the States, CATS, and the Truth and Reconciliation Section, TRC. TRC is staffed by contract workers, members that are retired and apply again as contract members. In Soki, there are 3 units, namely, I should say sections in Soki. There is a National Priority Violent Crime, NPVC, South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, SANAP, and Economic Protected Resources. Each unit has a unit commander and a team leader. The team leader reports to the unit commander, who reports to me as the provincial commander. In KZN, there are 5 Soki units. There's one in Durban, Potchefstroom, Pietermaritzburg, Richards Bay, and Newcastle. SANAP Caesar on the 22nd of June 2021. On the 22nd of June 2021, I was on duty when I received a call from Warrant Officer Mpangase from the SANAP section. He reports to Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob, who was the SANAP team leader at the time. He is now a unit commander of the same unit, Durban. Warrant Officer Mpangase informed me that he was contacted by crime intelligence regarding suspected drug in a shipping container at Isipingo. He told me that he was attending the operation with Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob and Warrant Officer Spear. Also, Warrant Officer Spear is a member of Soki, but at that time, 4 EPR unit. There was nothing unusual about the call because members would call me about operation that they were busy with or attending to. I am not the direct reporting line for these members. They reported to Colonel Roma, who at the time was a former retiree who had been offered a short-term contract. As stated, Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob was the SANAP team leader, but he was also an EPR team leader. Whereas my expertise was murder and robbery and police murders, Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob's expertise was drugs investigation. When I joined as the provincial commander of Soki in 2020 August, Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob was already in SANAP. In fact, he is a former DSO member, and when he came to the police, he was already working at SANAP. In June 2021, we had been working together for 10 months. I relied on him as the SANAP team leader. Drug investigation were not within my area of expertise, and even now. Later that morning,
Sorry, Brigadier. Can you just explain or clarify the reporting relationship between Colonel Jacob, yourself, and Colonel Lomo? How did it work?
Thank you, Commissioners. Colonel Jacob is supposed to report to Colonel Lomo, and Colonel Lomo will in turn report to me. That's a line.
Okay, thank you.
Later that morning, I received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob informing me that the team searched a container at Isipingo container tap and found 27 black bags containing bricks suspected to be cocaine. I told Kenneth Jacob to ensure that all necessary and relevant aids were called to the crime scene. I did not have to tell him this because he is a well-experienced investigator, but it was just something I said at the time during the conversation. Thereafter, I called General Sinona to inform him of the discovery, and I told him I would update him. A while later, perhaps shortly after noon, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob called me and told me that the team encountered a problem at Isipingo who would not allow the exhibit to be stored at Isipingo police station. He also told me that he had exhausted all avenue. By this, I understood him to mean that he had contacted the nearby police station to store the exhibit and had been unsuccessful. I told him I will try to find space somewhere and I'll call him back. I contacted Brigadier Malulega and Colonel Kuzwai of the Forensic Science Laboratory in Amanzimtoti to find out if they had space to store the exhibit. I do not recall if I got hold of Brigadier Malulega or if I did. And he may have told me to call Colonel Kuzwayo, but I do recall speaking to Colonel Kuzwayo that afternoon. I asked her if FSL had a space to store the exhibit, and she said they did not. I was not aware that Lieutenant Colonel Jacob had also called FSL because he did not tell me. He only said that he had exhausted all avenues, and to me, that just meant the local police station.
Brigadier, where is Colonel Zomo in all this process? I understood that in your response to Commissioner Baloyi, you said Colonel Jacob reported to Colonel Zomo. But here he's now calling you directly and you are taking all these steps. Where is his immediate supervisor in all this process?
I understand, Commissioners. He was at the office, but he was never consulted because I think they felt that he did not know much about the operational matters because he was a retiree coming back to work again.
What confuses me is you emphasize that you are not the direct line. They don't report to you. They report to Colonel Zomo.
Yes.
But now it seems like on this matter, they did not regard Colonel Zomo as somebody they should speak to. You were there for the purposes of this operation. You were, in fact, the person they reported to.
I admit, Commissioners. I think I'm in 31. I then remembered that when I was the unit commander at Potchefstroom, the premises had 2 strong room safe. What made the property attractive for the DPCI was that the landlord had informed us that those safes could not be breached. They could only be accessed with the key. I was aware of the security lapse at the premises, such as the alarm not working after load shedding, but my main focus was the safe that could be used since it was very secure and could only be accessed with the key. I was also aware that hashish compressed dagga was stored in one of the safes until it was disposed of without any problem. Commissioner, I must also mention that this hashish was from Durban Organised Crime Unit. The investigating officer then was Captain Gopalsamy. And I was still a unit commander when it was brought. In 2018, all men tablets were seized at the large clandestine laboratories in Harding and was stored in the same safe until exhibit was disposed of without incident. I called General Snona and informed him of the dilemma and suggested a strong room at Potchefstroom premises. He agreed and instructed me to instruct the acting unit commander at Potchefstroom, Lieutenant Colonel Princeton, to prepare the safe for the exhibit. General Snona also instructed me to instruct Lieutenant Colonel Princeton to get the spare key to the safe from the supply chain management. Thereafter, I called Lieutenant Colonel Princeton and instructed him to prepare the safe. I also contacted Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and informed him of the arrangement and told him to liaise with Lieutenant Colonel Princeton. General Snona also instructed me to arrange for the provincial tracking team to escort the investigators from Isipingo to Potchefstroom DPCI Soki, which I did. A while later, at approximately 1500 hours, General Snona instructed me to go with him to Isipingo to oversee the operation. I did not think this was untoward because it is a big drug bust and as senior leadership, he wanted to oversee the operation. We drove with Maka, and as we were approaching Isipingo, we contacted the team, but they informed us that they were already on their way to Potchefstroom offices. We changed course and headed to Potchefstroom. Upon arrival, the exhibit had already been placed in the strong room, and I could see that they were still in the 27 black bags. Warrant Officer Mpangase and Sbiya were present. I asked Warrant Officer Mpangase why the exhibit were not in the exhibit bags. He informed me that Isipingo SAPS did not have exhibit bag, but that the exhibit were entered into the Isipingo SAPS and booked out again. This was a concern for me because as an investigator, I knew that the chain of custody must be preserved. However, since I was informed by Warrant Officer Mpangase that Warrant Officer Mpangase had remained with the exhibit throughout, the chain of custody was preserved. I accept now that once the team left the crime scene without the exhibit being placed in the exhibit bag, the evidence was already compromised. However, at the time, I told Warrant Officer Mpangase to ensure that the exhibit are placed in the bags and entered into the SAP-13 to preserve the integrity of the evidence. The strong room was locked, and the General Snona asked that both set of keys, original and spare keys, be given to him. Warrant Officer Mpangase gave both set of keys to General Snona in my presence. At the time, it made sense to me that the provincial head should take the keys because this was a big drug bust, and who better to have ownership and responsibility over the keys than the provincial head, especially since the safe could not be accessed without the keys. The following day, 23rd of June 2021, General Snona called me and told me that to inform Lieutenant Colonel Princeton that Warrant Officer Mpangase will be going to the strong room to take samples of the exhibit. I called Lieutenant Princeton and relayed the message. I was not sure why the sample will be taken because it is not my area of expertise, but I knew that Warrant Officer Mpangase, as the investigating officer, will have to place the exhibit in the exhibit bag and book the exhibit into the SAP-13. I had no further involvement with the exhibit because it was the investigating officer's responsibility to ensure that the exhibits make their way to the FSL and that the investigation is finalized so that the exhibit could be destroyed. in July 2021, my vacation leave was cut short by the widespread civil unrest. General Sinona informed me that General Lebiya wanted me to come back to deal with the civil unrest, which I did, given my experience in CATS. I headed the CATS team, tasked with the identifying the instigators of crime and working closely with the Director of Public Prosecution Office. I will give General Sinona regular progress report in the investigation. I was working with the CATS team on daily basis. I had very little involvement in other cases at this time. I must also add here, Commissioner, that as a result of these cases, Head Office also gave us 4 members from the provinces which were not affected by this civil unrest. We had a sergeant from Eastern Cape, a sergeant from Limpopo, a warrant officer from Free State, and a lieutenant colonel from Northern Cape. These members, they remain in KwaZulu-Natal until the latter part of 2023 because these cases were very, very, very hard to solve. It wasn't like a daily crime that we were solving. We were going through the data, looking at the messages that the people had posted. There were emojis, and us as police officers, we didn't know what the interpretation of the emojis. I had to go to CSIR, the security section department of them, and asked the head to interpret, to find someone to interpret the emojis, and they assisted us. And there were a lot of other things. We had to get the social media experts to give their expert opinion on what data that we have found. And we were working very closely with the DPP. And we were reporting on daily basis to the provincial, to the national head. The meeting will start at 4 o'clock and we'll finish whenever we finish. It included NPA, DPCI, General Detective, as well as Crime Intelligence. And we will also get the tasking from that meeting. The theft. Sometimes late in October 21, while I was on leave, I received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, who informed me that there was an attempted break-in at Potchefstroom DPCI premises. For the first time, he voiced concern about the safety of the suspected cocaine exhibit in the strong room. Although I was too concerned, I thought the drugs would be safe because General Sinona had the keys and the safe could not be breached, and certainly not without being detected.
And what do you mean for the first time? Can you just explain that?
Because when I called him the first time to arrange the space, he never raised any concern to me about the security of the building. But when I...
The building?
Of the building, as well as the safes.
If I'm correct, when he testified, I think he showed us several items of communication in which he communicated that the building was not safe, at least the building.
Yes.
The state of the alarm system, and several other issues around the security of the building. And in this regard, he was communicating with the head office in Durban, if my recollection of the testimony is correct.
That's correct.
So your reference to the security of the open quote building, close quote, is at variance with what he said. And as I say, he actually showed us the items of communication. So your first cannot, subject to what you say, correctly relate to the building.
Yes, Commissioner. When I called him the first time, he never raised those concerns. Hence I'm saying now, then when there was this attempted, he then said to me, he's concerned about the safety of the exhibit.
All right, thank you.
I called Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob.
Sorry, before you carry on, does that mean your answer? Does it mean you never became aware that there were concerns, not necessarily relating to these exhibits, but concerns about the security of that in that building until there was a theft? You never became aware of that?
Commissioners, I was aware. The breaches that were there were not directed at the safe, were directed at the offices. And the safes are at in the very private space. Only members of the DPCI and employees will know where the safes are, not any private person. It was out of sight, and is still out of sight.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Brigadier. So just to clarify, what you're saying is you knew about the concerns, the safety issues, at the time that you suggested the Port Shepstone premises be used to store the drugs.
Yes.
But when you suggested it and it was approved by General Sonona and you communicated that to Prinsloo, he didn't at that stage say to you, but there's a problem with the safety of this premises. That's what you mean?
That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
make.
but you were aware of it?
I was aware.
And then where you say, still in that paragraph 39, Brigadier, where you say, I too was concerned, I thought the drugs would be safe because General Sonona had the keys and the safe could not be breached and certainly not without being detected. It's this last part that I want to understand. When you say certainly not without being detected,
Okay.
what are you speaking to there?
I think I'll still come to that because during my time when I was there, the landlord, there was a space that the state was not renting. And the landlord will come during the working hours and we will have this talk with him and about the safe and everything. He will tell me how secure those safes are and that those safes can never be accessed without the key.
Yes. Sorry, what I'm trying to understand is when you say without being detected, is it that there was a mechanism about the safe that would raise alarm? When you say it could not be breached without being detected, what would happen that would cause alertness that the safe is being breached?
There was no alertness. I concede it's the error on my part.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm not sure that it's clear to me what you mean by detection without being detected. What exactly do you may have explained in response to Commissioner Baloyi, but what exactly do you have in mind when you say without being detected?
Commissioner, as I said that the safes were out of the public eyes and only DPCI members and employees would know.
I hope this will not sound as if I'm probing, but seeing that you were aware that there were security concerns about, certainly about the building itself, So that should mean that as a result of those, or rather, those concerns stemmed from foreseen possibilities that the building could be broken into. Am I understanding the situation correctly?
At that moment, Commissioners,
I'm talking about the building now, not the safes.
yes, Commissioners.
So you agree to?
Yeah, I do agree.
Yes. Now, if once somebody had broken into the building, they would then have all the time in the world to explore the building, not so?
It's true, Commissioners.
And in so exploring the building, they could easily, or if not easily, but eventually find the safe or safes, correct?
It's true, Commissioners, but also in that building, there are other very important documents.
Yeah, I'm just focusing on the safes and your point about
Detection.
and your point that it would not be easy to detect the safes. I've just established now if somebody has broken into the building and once inside they have time to walk around and that they may eventually find the safes. You have agreed to that.
I agree, but also,
yes,
Commissioner, I want to add, there were two safes next to one another.
Yes.
And outside, how will you know which safe contains what?
Let's just leave it. Your point was about detection, not any other issues, and I was just engaging you on detection, and you've agreed that eventually, once somebody had broken in, they could find the safes. I've established that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, I just want to take it a step further from what Chair is saying. You specifically say that your understanding was that the safe could not be breached and certainly not without being detected, meaning that if it was going to be breached or an attempt was going to be made to breach it, the person would be detected. You would be able to detect them whilst they are in the process of trying to breach the safe without the key. Because we want to understand what do you mean in that sentence where you say the safe could not be breached and certainly not without being detected. So is it they being detected in the process of the breach?
Yes, Commissioners.
So you're saying even if the person makes it to the safe, you would be able to detect them while they're in the process of trying to breach the safe. We just want to understand, what do you mean?
From now, what I've seen, it was not possible.
It wasn't possible. What wasn't possible?
It was impossible to detect them. And I'm saying I concede this is an error.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Commissioners. I called Lieutenant Jacob and told him to speed up the investigation, speed up the finalization of the investigation in order for the exhibit to be sent to FSL for destruction. If I recall correctly, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob told me that he went to Amazimtoti FSL, but that they needed more samples. They informed him that he went to Amazimtoti FSL, but that they needed more samples. They informed him that they needed more samples and still did not have space for the exhibit. Lieutenant Colonel Jacob also informed me that he contacted FSL in Pretoria to ascertain if they had space, but they did not. I also called Major General Sinona and informed him about the attempted breaking at Potchefstroom, DPCI Soke. I did this because, as a provincial head, he needed to know about the security breaches in the DPCI offices and the fact that he had the keys to the safe. I further told him that I informed Lieutenant Colonel Jacob to speed up the investigation. The local election were held on the 1st of November 2021. I was posted in Herikwala district to perform election duties in Kokstad. On the 2nd of November 2021, on my way back home, I stopped by the Margate Police Station and Potchefstroom DPCI offices. At the DPCI offices, I met with Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo and Lieutenant Colonel Mchali. Lieutenant Colonel Mchali was the new team leader for NPVC at Potchefstroom, appointed in September 2021 from Gauteng province. We had a brief meeting and I left the office. I mention this because I have been informed that General Sinona took issue that the fact that Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo did not mention this meeting during his testimony at the commission. I am not sure why Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo will not have mentioned this meeting, or why not mentioning the meeting is something of concern.
Please reread that. I don't think you read what's on there. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure why Lieutenant Prinsloo would have to mention this meeting, or why not mentioning the meeting is something of concern.
Continue.
It was not a significant meeting, and I can only assume that General Sinona is suggesting that there is some connection to the theft, given that the meeting occurred a few days before the theft. I must say...
Sorry, Brigadier, can I just understand this? When you say I have been informed that General Sinona took issue with the fact that Colonel Prinsloo did not mention this meeting, who informed you of this?
I was informed by the evidence leaders of the commission. I myself did not know, but luckily when they asked me, it was on my diary. I gave them a copy of my diary to say, yes, I was there.
So just to be clear, this is not a discussion you had with General Sinona?
No, it wasn't a discussion we had with General Sinona. And I still do not know how he found out about it, because I never told him about my visit to Potchefstroom. But the only thing I could say that if he was not told by Prinsloo, then he was told by Colonel Mchali. But also when you visit the office, there is a register that you sign.
Seeing that General Sinona has this concern and even suspects that this may have something to do with the theft, do you want to tell us what the meeting, the brief meeting, was about?
Thank you, Commissioners. When I went there, Potchefstroom had a problem with CIT robberies, cash in transit robberies. And Colonel Mchali was the new NPVC team leader. I wanted to talk to them because I came from Herikwala, and Herikwala is one of their policing areas. I wanted him and Colonel Prinsloo, because they were having, there's a meeting that we have which is called CIT meeting, cash in transit meeting. We invite the stakeholders and we talk to them. They also assist us in speeding up these cash in transit robbery cases. So I wanted them to start engaging the district commissioners, one at Herikwala, which is the area of Potchefstroom DPCI, and one at Uku, so that they can sit and find solution to the problem, because the vehicles were attacked coming from Kokstad on that road to Potchefstroom, especially in the afternoon. And that happened, and it really decreased the number of CIT in Potchefstroom for a while. And also, we discussed about the manpower. It's also in my diary, but I said human resources. Because when I was there, we had a staff of about 40, including the support services. But then, when in 2021, there were less than 20. And course is Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. I call him by first name because we worked with him. I met him when he was a warrant officer in 2004. So he expressed concern about the personnel that they don't have members. And I said I will look into that if there are posts available, but they must also try and recruit members around Potchefstroom to apply into the DPCI, because you cannot just take a person and bring him in. That was the meeting about. As I said, Commissioner, Lieutenant Colonel Mjani must have informed General Snona of the meeting. On the morning of the 8th November 2021, I received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, who informed me that the Potchefstroom DPCI office has been broken into, an entry gained through Warrant Officer BJ Pinal's office. He said that suspected cocaine exhibit had been stolen and the safe door had been cut by what looked to be a grinder to gain entry to the safe room. I told Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo to secure the scene, call the local police and LCRC to attend to the crime scene. I called Colonel Jacob and informed him of the theft, and I told him to proceed to Potchefstroom since it was his stolen exhibit as the investigating officer of the initial seizure on the 22 June 2021. If I recall, Commissioners, where Pangase was the first investigator, and then Jacob also took over immediately in July. So he was the one that was investigating the matter. Thereafter, I went to General Snona's office to inform him about the theft, and he called the national head, Lieutenant General Lebia, the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, and the Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence, Major General Chik, and informed them of the theft. General Snona instructed me to attend to the scene with him. On our arrival at the scene, at the crime scene, I contacted Brigadier Spear, the District Detective Commander, to inform him of the theft, since the theft occurred in his district, and he also came to the crime scene. I also called the District Commissioner, Major General Nxamangele, to the crime scene because the crime happened in her district. She's a female as well. On the way to the crime scene, I also contacted the Provincial Crime Scene Management Team, as their mandate is to attend to serious and complex crime scenes. Given this was a theft of suspected cocaine exhibit from the police custody, I considered it to be a serious crime warranting their attendance. This team arrived at the same time as General Snona and me. Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo briefed us at the scene, and I noticed that Captain Van Wyk from the local Criminal Record Center was also on the crime scene. Captain Van Wyk did a walkthrough with the Provincial Crime Scene Management Team, who took over the crime scene, and Captain Van Wyk left. I also activated the Provincial Tracking Team, but they never arrived. I was informed that they went to town in an attempt to obtain information relating to the theft. I must state that when I observed the scene, I was shocked that the safe had been breached, but more than that, I was skeptical that the safe had been breached by the grinding the door. I would have expected the DPCI investigators to have investigated the possibility that the scene was staged and obtained an expert opinion on whether the cutout that we observed could have indeed resulted in the safe being breached. To date, I am not aware of any such report being obtained by the investigators.
What was your skepticism based on?
I did not get you, Commissioner.
You were saying that you were skeptical that the safe had been breached by grinding the door. So I'm saying, or rather I'm asking, what was your skepticism based on? Why were you skeptical?
Earlier on, Commissioner, I said that I had the owner of the landlord told us that this safe could never be breached without a key. So that caused my skepticism.
All right, thank you.
What is your suspicion? Because now you leave us guessing. I don't think you've quite answered Chair's question. Because you are saying you are skeptical that it could have been breached this way. So you might still be coming to it later, I don't know, but what is your suspicion? Because you say also here that you believe that it was staged.
I suspected it to be staged because I was under the impression that those strong rooms can never be accessed without a key.
Had the owner ever explained this view?
Yes. He used to come to the office, we will talk. He was an old man, very friendly.
Did he explain why he said?
He used to say it's a state-of-art strong room. But then I would have expected that this needed to be investigated further so that what the landlord said can be proved or disapproved.
All right, all right.
Can I ask a more direct question? Is it your suspicion, let me not call it a belief, is it your suspicion that the safe was opened first and the grinding happened after? Because reading between the lines, that's what it looks like you are saying here. And I could be wrong, so I need you to clarify that.
Commissioners, I'm not the expert. Hence, I'm saying, if we can get people who are expert in safes, they can clarify that.
Answered me, thank you.
During the course of the day, there were scheduled interviews for the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel. General Snoda and I returned to the office for those interviews, as well as scheduled civil unrest virtual meeting chaired by General Lebia. As I stated, Commissioners, every day we almost had those meetings around about 4 o'clock. And on this day too, there was the scheduled interviews for lieutenant colonels. To the best of my recollection, the theft docket was given to Brigadier Sbia because General Snonda suggested that General Detective investigate the matter until a final decision is made by senior management.
Sorry, Brigadier, can you just tell us what is General Detectives?
Okay. General Detectives are detectives from the subs because we are the Hawks and the mother board, we call them mother body, they've also got general detectives.
So General Sanona had suggested that a detective from SAPS conduct the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Initially, yes.
Initially, okay.
Brigadier Sibia that you're referring to here and Jones, were they from the SAPS therefore?
Yes. Brigadier Spear was the district commander for detectives who appointed Sergeant Jones,
Okay, thank you.
or Warrant Officer Jones. Brigadier Spear was instructed to appoint a detective to investigate the matter. I later learned that Warrant Officer Jones was appointed as the investigator. On the 18th of November 2021, I met the then Deputy National Head of the DPCI, Lieutenant General Mosikile, and she informed me that the docket had been taken from the Potchefstroom detective and that it will be assigned to an investigator from the DPCI head office. This meant that the DPCI head office will be investigating the case.
Brigadier, in other words, DPCI would be investigating itself.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thereafter, I was introduced to Colonel Mojela and Captain Mashao as the investigating officers. Colonel Mojela used to work with General Snona at Gauteng DPCI. He was subsequently promoted to the rank of a brigadier and appointed to the same position as me in Northern Cape. I cooperated with the investigators. I was aware that the DPCI members were subjected to polygraph examination as part of the investigation, but I was not called for the polygraph examination. However, I recall that during that time, I was busy with the civil unrest matters and not involved at all with the Potchefstroom theft investigation. I do not know why I was not subjected to a polygraph test, but I would have taken it if so required, and I'm still prepared to take the test.
Brigadier, did you, my recollection of General Sinona's evidence on the polygraph test is that he requested that all his subordinates be subjected to a polygraph test. You would have been one of those.
That's correct.
Did you ever become aware that he made that kind of a general request which would have included you?
No, commissioners.
Okay. Thank you.
My top secret security clearance was due to expire at the end of September 2023. In June 2023, after the theft, I applied for the renewal of my top secret security clearance. The process involves submitting references, bank statement, being interviewed by a vetting officer, and undergo a polygraph test. Although the questioning during the polygraph examination were not focused on the Potchefstroom theft, the question asked relate to whether you have ever been involved in corrupt activities, colluded with criminals, share information with criminals, and the likes. I passed the polygraph test and I was issued with my new top secret clearance certificate in March 2025, as it is evident from my updated SAP 96, not 69, attached here too. I think from page...
Please repeat that correction.
Instead of 69, it's 96.
Oh, thank you.
From page 20 onwards. But to be specific, it says SAP 96, and then they say security clearance.
Please refer us to the page number. Please don't flash
Page
it.
20. Sorry, commissioners.
Yes, Brigadier, you can tell us where you want to refer us to.
Okay, it has all my details, and then at the last, there's a security clearance, there's a 4 top secret, and then the clearance date is 2025-03-04. It means that is the date it was issued.
Thank you.
Other matters?
Thank you, Commissioners. During his testimony before the Commission, Warrant Officer Carl Sanders gave evidence regarding his move from SANAP to supply chain management in February 24. He testified that I was present in the meeting when General Sinona informed him of the allegations together with other officials. I was on leave at the time, and I was not present at that meeting. I've been informed by the Commission that Warrant Officer Sanders has since looked at his diary entry of the day and confirmed that I was not present at the meeting. Although Warrant Officer Sanders was in my section, he reported to Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob as the SANAP team leader. I was surprised when I returned from the leave to find that Warrant Officer Sanders had been moved to support services at the provincial office. My General Sinona did not consult me on this. General Sinona merely informed me on my return from leave that a complaint had been received regarding Warrant Officer Sanders that needed to be investigated. The Commission is in possession of the emails containing the complaint. The email was sent to General Lebia, who sent the email to General Sinona with the instruction to reach out to the complainant, investigate the matter and report back on the progress by the 23rd of February 24. I am aware that General Sinona assigned the complaint to Lieutenant Colonel Mchali to investigate. I will receive progress reports, consider same and submit to General Sinona. I know that the NPA sent a letter to the complainant, but the complainant could not be traced. General Sinona sent a progress report on the 29th of February 24, but I do not recall the content of the report. I know that the complainant could not be found. I assumed that the report would have been to inform General Lebia that the complainant could not be traced. However, the investigation continued because these were serious allegations. Prior to the February 2024 complaint, another complaint was received from the office of the DPCI judge in July 2023 about a certain captain who used to work at SANA, but the name of Warrant Officer Sanders was not mentioned. The complaint contained the captain, and the complaint was about white members of the KZN DPCI in SANEP and other units working with drug syndicate. Lieutenant Kenneth Jacob and Lieutenant Kenneth Dwarika were assigned to investigate the complaint, but to date, there has not been no outcome. I do not know whether the complaints were genuine or orchestrated. I must say also, I have submitted this report to the Commission. It's a very detailed report with pictures.
Brigadier, what is a DPCI judge?
The DPCI judge is the judge that oversees the DPCI. When members have complained about the conduct of the DPCI members, or when the DPCI members felt that there are some interference with their duties, they can report direct to the DPCI judge.
Brigadier, when you say there in the very last sentence that you do not know whether the complaints were genuine or orchestrated attacks, but you also say, the last thing you said was you've submitted a report with pictures, which is confusing in the light of what you say in that very last sentence. Can you just explain
I
that?
say this because these complainants, whenever they report of them, when the investigators tried to reach out to them, they could not find them. But yet they have these complaints.
Now, I'm asking a different question. The report with pictures that you say you have submitted, you say you've submitted them to the commission.
That's correct, Commissioner.
That report and pictures, do they bear out the complaint, these allegations against these officers?
Yes,
They do?
that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, Brigadier, you're not referring to the report, you're referring to the complaint itself. The complaint itself has pictures. There is no report that has been submitted to the Commission. You gave the Commission the complaint, which contains the pictures.
Yes, it was the complaint
Yes.
Yes.
There's no report.
report.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm asking because you've given it to us, but there was no report. It was just the complaint with a covering letter from the office of the DPCI judge.
DPCI judge. I will check, Commissioners.
Okay, we'll clarify it over the tea adjournment.
Yes.
But just
Because there were progress reports on that, but I will check.
maybe I'm missing something, Brigadier. In response to Commissioner Baloyi, you say it appeared as though there was substance in the complaints. But at the same time, you question whether the complaints were genuine. I have difficulties following that.
My take on this is that these complainants were not willing to come forth. Like the one of 2023, the email that he used looked like the email was used for the specific emailing this, and we could not get. We even tried with the DPCI judge to reach out to them, to the complainant. But to be honest, what is detailed in that complaint it's a very serious allegations.
I would have thought that there's a difference between the complainants not being traceable and the complaints themselves having substance. I would have thought there's a difference between the two. Now, in answering the question whether there was substance, you seem to suggest a lack of substance because the complainants were not traceable. I still do not get that.
Okay. Commissioners,
Do you get the distinction
yes,
I'm drawing?
Yes. I think the substance was there. The substance was there.
The substance was there.
Was there.
All
Was
right,
there.
thank you. If that is so, then why question the genuineness? If there was substance, why question the genuineness of the complaints?
Maybe I wrote it because of us not getting hold of them, but there was substance.
All right, thank
I
you.
will retract the latter part, Commissioners. The genuine, whether the complaints were genuine or orchestrated.
Oh, all right. Also, so you're basically saying you are withdrawing that part that questions the genuineness.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe one last question on this. This captain and the other members, were they removed from their position? Is there any action that was taken? We know with Warrant Officer Sender that when the complaint was received, he was removed from his position. What happened with these?
The captain was already out of the Senate, and he was a partner of while he was in SANAP, was a partner of Warrant Officer Sanda.
And for the record, you say this latter complaint did not concern him, that is Sanda, Warrant Officer Sanda. The latter one that we are debating now, you are saying it did not concern Warrant Officer Sanda.
Commissioner, I would say he was not mentioned
Yes.
in the report, in the complaint, but indirectly when you read, you could associate him to that, but his name was never mentioned.
All right, thank you, thank you.
And the other white members, because you speak of the captain, and you say the complaint was about white members, were any members in addition to the captain? And reading between the lines, you say Sanda, Warrant Officer Sanda as well. But these other white members, were any other members mentioned by name?
No, they were never mentioned. The complainant just mentioned one person.
Okay. Thank you.
And Brigadier, just to clarify on the progress reports that you were referring to, those progress reports, were they able to verify the allegations made in the complaint?
The matter is being investigated, and the photos of the people, it appeared that some of them, they had previously been investigated by the DPCI for drug trafficking.
No, my question was the complaint that was made, were you able to verify the allegations in the complaint as part of your investigation to date?
Commissioners, at the moment, I cannot answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Please continue, Brigadier.
Paragraph 55.
In March 2025, an information note was prepared and sent to General Lebia. No report back was given on the main allegation of serious corruption, but during the course of the investigation, it was discovered that Warrant Officer Sanda had not declared his directorship in a shooting club. He received a verbal warning and the matter was closed. To date, there has been no outcome on the investigation regarding the allegation of serious corruption. I did not get any feedback from General Snona regarding the outcome of Warrant Officer Sanda's matter. At some point, Warrant Officer Sanda came to me to speak to me about the returning to Soki. I told him that I will speak to General Snona, who agreed that Warrant Officer Sanda could return to Soki, but not to SANAP. General Snona said Warrant Officer Sanda must go to EPR. I communicated this to Warrant Officer Sanda as instructed by General Snona, and Warrant Officer Sanda was moved from the support service to EPR. I reiterate to the Commission that I had nothing to do with the Potchefstroom theft, and I hope that my evidence will be of assistance to the Commission. I just want to read further that I reiterate that I had nothing to do with the Potchefstroom theft. As testified by Warrant Officer Sanda and Lieutenant Colonel Jacob, there is a credible evidence on the identity as to who is behind the theft. I have no association with that person. There was a person that came to Durban office and gave information about it, and he was taken to senior officers, and DPCI investigators were told about this person. In the inside, perhaps I should not have suggested the Potchefstroom premises, but As a former unit commander, I was confident that the safe could be accessed with the keys. Once General Sinona took both keys, this gave me the further assurance that the exhibit would be safe in the strong room because the provincial head would be the only person with the both set of keys to secure the exhibit. To surely the exhibit will be, so surely the exhibit will be safe. That's my statement, Commissioners. Signed today at Pretoria.
Oh, I have a clarity-seeking question, but perhaps let's take the adjournment now and resume at 11:30. Let's adjourn.
Passed. We are ready to resume. Please switch off your phones. Thank you.
Perhaps, Brigadier, before putting the question to you, let me find out from Ms. Lee Seagulls. Should I ask any questions about the person whose name was not mentioned, or should I leave it?
My apologies, Chair, you may. I'm not sure why the Brigadier didn't mention the name. There was no indication given that the name.
Thank you, thank you. Brigadier, right at the end, you mentioned a person that you appear to suspect to be the person that stole the exhibits in Port Shepstone, but you did not mention that person's name. Who was that person?
My apologies, Chair. I thought you were referring to a different person. No, yeah. No.
I'm talking about what the Brigadier said right at the end.
No, Chair, that can't be mentioned.
So I steer clear of that one.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. That's why I wanted to find out from you. Please forget my question then, Brigadier.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I thought you were referring to the captain whose name he didn't mention but appears in his statement. That's what my apologies.
All right, no problem.
Brigadier, is there anything else you want to say before we move on to your questions?
No, Commissioners.
Can I just ask a question to the evidence leaders? Brigadier appeared to be reading from a document we do not have. Can you just clarify what the position is? Is that part of his statement, or how do we deal with it as a commission?
He's read it into the record, but it's not part of his statement. It was initially in his statement. It was taken out. He asked for it to be reintroduced, but by the time it was, his statement had already been signed by him. He only noticed after signing that it wasn't in his statement. So we'll just prepare a short supplementary to include that portion.
That's in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, I just want to find out from you what happened on the 22nd of June 2021. We know now that when Warrant Officer Mpangase contacts you that morning, you are not his immediate superior. He's bypassed his superior to inform you of the operation that he's going to attend. And in that conversation, he tells you that he's going with Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. At that stage, do you give any instructions to them? Are you asked to authorize Lieutenant Colonel Jacob's attendance at the scene? What is the conversation between you and Warrant Officer Mpangase?
If my recollection serves me correctly, I did not give any instruction. I accepted what they were telling me, and I was waiting for the outcome of the investigation.
I'm asking because you will recall that as part of the theft investigation, you had submitted witness statements to the investigating officers at the time. Do you recall that?
I do recall, Commissioners.
If I could ask you to go to, there's an exhibit bundle file in front of you. If you can go to exhibit CJC 197.4, and I think it is, in fact, if you can rather go to 597, that's page 597 of the exhibit bundle.
What's written on the spine?
It says Port Shepstone exhibit bundle, Chair. It should be the first bundle. I'm working from the electronic version, so I'm not sure in hard copy if it's the first or the second exhibit bundle. CJC 243. file 2, exhibit bundle file 2.
File 2.
Yes. Do you have it? It's page 597 of that bundle.
Yes, Commissioners.
It's a statement by you.
Yes, it was a further statement.
Yes. And if we go to 598, we'll see that it was deposed to on the 10th of May 2022.
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay. Now, you say at 597, on the 11th of April 2022, I had a meeting with Colonel Mojela. My initial statement that I submitted on the house-breaking matter at Port Shepstone Serious Organised Crime officers. Colonel Mojela requested that I give a further statement clarifying the following: communication between myself, Colonel Jacob, and Warrant Officer Mpangase on the day of the seizure. I want you to skip the 1, 2, 3 bullet points. The sentence immediately after the third bullet where it says, who was the unit commander in, do you see that bullet? Who was the unit commander in Durban, Serious Organised Crime?
Okay.
Then it says Colonel Mhlongo was the acting unit commander. The next bullet says Colonel Jacob was called back from leave. Do you see that topic?
Yes, sir.
When Warrant Officer Mpangase called me in the morning about the information, he told me that crime intelligence wanted Colonel Jacob to handle the matter because of trust issues. I then authorized Colonel Jacob to resume his duties, especially for the said operation, as he was on leave. Do you recall making that statement?
I recall making this statement.
Yes. Now, in your statement and before the commission, you don't give that much detail. You just say on page 9 of your statement, in fact, you deal with the call with Warrant Officer Mpangase at paragraph 26 on page 8. And you just say, I was on duty when I received a call from Warrant Officer Mpangase. He reported to Colonel Jacob, who was the SANAP team leader at the time. Warrant Officer Mpangase informed me that he was contacted by crime intelligence regarding suspected drugs in a container at Isipingo. He told me that he was attending the operation with Colonel Jacob and Warrant Officer Sabia, who was at EPR. Now, you don't say here that you authorized Colonel Jacob to come from leave in order to attend to this. So can you just clarify what happened in fact?
Thank you. This was a further statement because they wanted further clarity as to why Colonel Jacob. And then I remember that he was on leave. Because when I submitted my initial statement, that was not in my mind. And then when they asked me questions, it is then that I remembered that he was on leave, not that I wanted to hide anything. And I think in his statement too, he has put that he was on leave and he came back.
Yes, but your statement to the commission, that's what I'm trying to establish. In that statement, you don't say that. So I just want to understand whether you were in fact told by Warrant Officer Mpangase that crime intelligence officer that contacted specifically wanted Colonel Jacob on this operation.
No, they did. Mpangase did tell me that.
Okay, he did tell you that that is what crime intelligence had requested specifically.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I can also add to that, these operational officers, they tend to have certain people they want to work with, the crime intelligence handlers, as well as the investigators. You will see that in most cases, there is a Kenneth Bucas from crime intelligence, he will always ask for Carl. And the others, I think it's a trust issue.
Okay, so there was nothing untoward about that request when Warrant Officer Mpangase told you about it?
No, I did not see anything untoward.
And you weren't aware that Colonel Jacob was on leave at the time until Warrant Officer Mpangase told you?
No, I won't, because I did not sign his leave form, the SAP 26. The leave form is normally signed by the immediate commander. At my level, I only sign for the unit commanders.
Okay, so insofar as then approving for him to go on to the operation to come back from leave, wouldn't his unit commander also have to be involved in that decision-making?
I have explained the difficulties we had with the current commander. Hence, it looked like we were not regarding her, because he was not aware of the operational issues.
Okay, but when it is told to you that somebody specific is asking for Lieutenant Colonel Jacob to be taken from leave, put on this operation specifically, you didn't see the need at that stage to just inform the unit commander that I have authorized this, that he may go on to the operation?
Commissioners, I did not do it. I think it's an oversight on my side, and I agree I should have informed the colonel.
Because it's the same complaint that you have about General Senona going over your head directly to your members without informing you, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ask anything insofar or make any inquiries as to why they were sending Sabia with them? I think it was the captain at that stage.
I think it was a warrant officer.
Yes, a warrant officer.
No, I did not probe it, because normally when we attend crime scene, we include many people. Also people from different sections, also different departments as well.
Okay.
That will be your custom, that will be your harbor policing, crime intelligence.
Okay. What I'm trying to establish is that you get told that it's Warrant Officer Mpangase going with Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. He is not the most senior person that's contacting you. One would assume that Colonel Jacob would contact you and say to you, ask to be put back on, be taken off leave and be authorized to go on to the project, but that doesn't happen. Then you have somebody like Warrant Officer Sevilla, who doesn't have any experience, I'm assuming, at that stage in drug bust, because he's in EPR, correct? He's at the human trafficking section.
The economic protected resources.
Yes. So he's on that. So that doesn't have anything to do with SANAP, or is there do they overlap in certain instances?
I did not see that as a concern to me, because he had to learn. Because now he's with SANAP anyway.
Our understanding of the evidence is, what do you mean he was with SANAP? EPR is in SANAP.
No, ma'am. Remember, I've testified to say serious organized crime has got 3 sections. There's NPVC, which deals with serious and violent crime cases. There's SANAP, which deals with drugs. And there's also EPR. Now, for them to attend the crime scene and see how the other sections are working, it helps them, because when they are promotional posts, a person does not apply within his line of work. They will apply on all these 3 sections.
Yes. Now, I was just clarifying when you say he's with SANAP. as if suggesting that at the time that he was asked to join this, or when he was called in to join this operation, he was a member of SENEP at that point. I just wanted to clarify that he was not SENEP at the time.
No, he was with EPR.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Okay. And you then say that you received a call later on from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. When he called you, was he at the scene, at the crime scene, so at the CHC depot, or was he already at Isipingo police station?
The first call I received from Colonel Jacob to me, because I wasn't there, he was at the crime scene reporting the discovery.
Okay, and you then say you're going to keep, he must keep you updated, and then you receive another call from him. The first call that you received, do you recall more or less what time you had received it?
It was early in the morning. I can't be specific with time.
Okay. And at that stage, did he mention anything about having contacted FSL to come to the crime scene to assist them with anything?
No.
Okay. When you speak to him again, that is now when he's at the police station. Is that the next time when you speak to him, when he's at the Isipingo police station?
Yes.
When he's at the Isipingo police station, he then tells you that they are there and they're encountering problems with getting the exhibits. I suppose it was that they're struggling to get it to be stored there, or what was his complaint?
They were not allowing him to hand in the exhibit because
Okay.
it was safety concern.
When you say safety concern, what do you mean?
That's what he told me. And that also they did not have a storage for the amount of exhibit that they were having.
And he said that's what he gets told when he's at Isipingo.
Yes.
Okay. But you say in your statement, he tells you that he has exhausted all avenues.
Yes.
Is that in the same conversation?
In the same conversation. Then I assume that he would have spoken to all the nearest police stations.
That was an assumption that you made, but you didn't actually ask him what he meant by that.
No, I did not.
Okay. So what then
Remember,
makes...
sorry, evidence leader and commissioners. I regard Colonel Jacob as a very experienced person. And his section has discovered this type of drugs. So when he brings this to me, I assume that he has done all the necessary steps to ensure that he contacted me, because from my experience, it was the first time I'm being told that there was no space in the police station. I knew that some police station will not have space, and then you will go to the next police station and ask if they can accommodate the exhibit. So when he said he has exhausted all the avenues, to me, it told me that he has done everything.
You say it's the first time that you have heard that there's no space at all the police stations. Did I hear you correctly?
It's not the first time. Maybe it's me putting it, that it was the first time I'm approached as the provincial commander, because members will, on their own, try and get spaces and report back to us, to me, or to the management. They say, we couldn't get the space here, but we put exhibit here.
Okay. So why do you, at that stage, then contact FSL after you've spoken to him?
because I wanted them to rescue us, to take the exhibits.
Okay, would you not have thought that when he said he's exhausted all avenues, that that would have included FSL, that he contacted FSL and FSL also said that they can't assist?
It never came into my mind, hence I called them.
Okay, and did he tell you that he had also called FSL?
No.
And he didn't?
No.
So when you call FSL, you have no knowledge that he had previously called or earlier that day called FSL?
No, if my recollection serves me correct, no.
Okay. Now, I wanted to just take you to clarify the time issue because it is important. If you go to the consolidated statement file, there should be a file that says consolidated statement. It's section 2. And it's the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. Somebody will assist you. It's page 14, 14 of section 2. Do you have it?
Yes,
It's paragraph 40, page 14, paragraph E, arrival of the exhibits at the DPCI office on 22 June 2021. Do you have it?
yes.
Okay. At paragraph 44, this is what Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo said. On 22 June 2021, at between 10 and 11 in the morning, I received a telephone call from Brigadier Nyuswa. He informed me that the provincial tracing team had seized a large quantity of drugs, cocaine, from a container. He instructed me to make storage available at our offices. Now, if Colonel Prinsloo's time is correct, that you told him at 10 or 11 o'clock, then it means that if you instructed him at 10 and 11 o'clock to already get the premises ready, then Colonel Jacob would have told you earlier that he had exhausted all avenues and you would have then come up with this plan to go to Port Shepstone.
I disagree, Commissioners. I think the timing of, the timeline of Colonel Prinsloo here is wrong. Also, what is also incorrect here, I never communicated that the tracking team, because Jacob is not from the tracing team.
Okay, and you will recall that when I consulted with you, I did highlight this to you because it would mean that there was never a conversation with Colonel Jacob about Isipingo not wanting to assist them. It was always the intention that the exhibits were going to go to Port Shepstone, because if at 10 o'clock that arrangement is already made, then everything that follows after that is just staged to explain why it eventually goes to Port Shepstone.
Commissioners, Jacob called me from Isipingo. It was after noon, maybe from 12 onwards. Hence, I'm saying this timeline of Colonel Prinsloo is wrong.
Okay. I accept that he can be wrong. I just, of course, do need to put it to you. What we do know is that Colonel Jacob called you twice, though. It's not just the one time when he's at Isipingo. He does call you the morning of the 22nd of June, when he's at the scene, as you earlier said.
Yes.
Okay. But you're saying that you couldn't have called Prinsloo at 10 or 11 o'clock
No, it's
to
impossible.
arrange the premises?
It's impossible, Commissioners.
Okay. You would have only called him after you called FSL?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that, according to you, you called FSL in the afternoon.
Yes.
And Colonel Kuzwayo also confirms from FSL that she received a call in the afternoon.
Yes.
She does recall that it was from you, but her reason for the call is quite different to yours, and we'll get to that. Now, when you make the call to FSL, you say that you only asked about whether they have storage.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware of any request that was made to FSL for your members to be assisted by the FSL members to guide them on how to do sampling, for your members to be guided on how to do sampling by the FSL members?
No, Commissioners. I can't recall that.
You never had a conversation with anyone at FSL about them sending their members to assist your members with sampling?
It wouldn't have been about sampling. You can't do sampling before you enter the exhibit into the 13. Because that means you will be destroying the evidence. It has first to go to the 13, and then you take those samples from the 13 to the FSL, not from the crime scene.
Now, it's a bit curious as to why, when the FSL members testify, what they say is they received a request to go and assist Brigadier Nyuswa's members. They don't say to go and assist SANEP, they say to go and assist Brigadier Nyuswa's members, suggesting that you either called and asked about the sampling, or that somebody used your name and said that they are Brigadier Nyuswa's team and they needed assistance with sampling.
I've heard that testimony, but I do not know how my name came. But my name has been mentioned so many times on this investigation.
Okay. And when did you then first become aware that there had been sampling done on the exhibits by your team, by your members?
The sampling, I think it was done after the storage of the exhibit at Potchefstroom.
No, my question is, when did you become aware that sampling was done by your members?
It's quite old, but incident is too long, but it was after the storage.
Okay.
Sorry, in paragraph 37, you say on the 23rd of June, you were told by General Sinona to inform Colonel Prinsloo that Mpangase would be going to the strong room to take samples of the exhibits. So according to your statement, you became aware on the 23rd.
On the 23rd?
June. Yes, the very next day.
I'm sorry about that, Commissioners. I don't try to distort here.
That's all right. It's in your statement.
So if it was on the 23rd, do you know if at that stage they had registered the exhibits into the SAP 13? Because according to you, they can't do the sampling without first registering into the SAP 13.
Remember, Commissioners, the exhibits were entered in Isipingo on the 22nd. Because the national instruction also says that they need to be entered to the nearest police station.
But Brigadier, you're an experienced investigator. You know that wasn't the correct procedure that they undertook on that day when they registered it into the SAP 13. The exhibits were not in evidence bags, in exhibit bags.
Okay. That alone is another issue on its own. But to enter them into the SAP 13, to say 541 bricks of suspected cocaine with 27 bags, that I was not at Isipingo, but it was done. I was told it was done.
But they were also booked out on the same day.
And also booked out on the same day.
And so on the 23rd of June, they were unaccounted for in any record of the SERPs because they were booked in Isipingo and then booked out the same day. And on the 23rd, they hadn't yet been booked into the Port Shepstone SAP 13. So at that point, there's no record, written record of the SEPs where these exhibits are, as you phone Colonel Prinsloo, that your people are coming to take samples.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was following the instruction
Yes.
from my superior to phone Colonel Prinsloo and tell him to expect Bangase because he was coming there.
Yes, I understand that part, but I think the question that you're being asked is, at that point, they are not in their presence in Port Shepstone, DPCI, are not recorded in any SAP 13 or any other document, and you, as an experienced officer, police officer, I think the suggestion is, but you would know that taking samples at that point, when these exhibits are not in any record of the SAPs, is irregular or is not proper procedure. You concede that was not proper procedure, what happened here.
Can I put it differently? Is the correct procedure not that before they were taken to the DPCI offices in Port Shepstone, they should have been booked into the, SAP 13 at the Port Shepstone police station before you even store them in the safe at the DPCI offices?
You're correct, Commissioner.
That would have been the correct procedure,
That
because
would have been
then
the correct.
you could account for their leaving Ispingo and
To
being
Potchefstroom
in Port
and then
Shepstone.
to,
Yeah.
yes.
So your reasoning that although the proper chain of custody was not preserved, because Mpangase was in control throughout, you were happy that at least he knew where they were, because that seems to be your suggestion or
Yes.
your line of reasoning, that because he knows where they are, then they were not compromised.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But he could compromise them. Why do you think he could not compromise?
Commissioners, we work on the trust basis.
You made a distinction between, I think it was chain of custody and then the chain of evidence. You say that the custody is that Warrant Officer Mpangase is always with the exhibits from the time that they seize it at the scene, and so that maintains the chain of custody, correct?
Yes, correct.
But the chain of evidence is a different issue. That is, the evidence is already compromised when they leave there, because if they don't put it in bags when they leave at the crime scene, you don't know what's happening from the crime scene to the police station where they're going to enter the exhibits. Correct?
Sometimes it's practically not possible, but I concede.
In what instances would it be practically not?
When you discover the drugs at the crime scene and you do not have evidence back, and then when you get to the police station, that is when you get the bags and bag them. But most cases, when these incidents are occurring, there's multiple people. So the chances of anyone doing something wrong are very minimal.
Unless they're all acting in concert, they're all in on it.
But can't people from different departments work in concert? Someone out there would say, hey, something went wrong.
But except here, we know that we had Colonel Jacob Mpangase, who we know was specifically requested by the crime intelligence officer, and they rope in Warrant Officer Sabia. So it's the three of them, all from the same unit, who leave with the exhibits.
I hear you, Commissioners.
Okay.
I think the concern, Brigadier, is here you have a team of specifically selected people. You don't have multiple teams.
Yes.
that just happen to be on the scene, and they are not necessarily friends or in any way associated with each other than that they all fall under the umbrella of the SEPs. This is completely different. You've got people who were specifically selected. Two of them say they were selected by the crime intelligence officer who gave them information, and then Colonel Jacob selected Sibia. So you've got three people who are involved in this operation. So your reasoning that it's unlikely, that anyone would do anything inappropriate when there are multiple players doesn't apply in this case.
I concede, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But I wasn't aware that the other stakeholders were not involved.
Yes. Can I just raise something about that you say in your statement, and it's about this discussion with the evidence leader about the chain of evidence being compromised. In your statement, you say, I accept now. So remember, you start off by saying you were satisfied that the chain of custody was preserved because Mpangase was going to remain with the exhibits throughout. And in the next sentence, you say, I accept now that once they left the crime scene without exhibits being in place in exhibit bags, the evidence was already compromised. Surely, as an experienced officer, you would have realized this back then, not now, not later. You would have realized once you became aware.
So you do accept that even then, after the 22nd, you would have realized and acknowledged that the chain of evidence now, after the 22nd of June, is compromised.
Advocate Ngubek, just to help us with space, because can we please deal with paragraph 44 and 45 and 46 of Prince Law's statement so that we can put the file away? Because I know you were in 44, but we may need to come back to these two paragraphs.
Do you want to deal with them, Commissioner?
Maybe
Yes.
he can just comment on the allegations made there.
Okay. Brigadier, you still have Colonel Prince Law's statement open on page 14? Yes. At paragraph 44, which is what I had read, he also said he instructed me to make storage available at our offices. He said he would take both sets of the safe keys with him once the exhibits were stored in the safe. He said the exhibits could not be stored at the Mamzantoti Forensic Science Laboratory as it did not have a secure storage capacity. I knew that the laboratory had been flooded and was dysfunctional. And then do you recall that that is the conversation you had with him? Can you switch on your microphones, please?
I apologize.
And keep them on, yes.
It was about the space, that they did not have the space. I think he just added some things that I did not say there.
The secure part, secure
Yeah.
storage capacity, you say you didn't have.
How would I know about the security of the FSL? I'm not from there.
Okay. And then at 45, during the call, Brigadier Nyuswa did not discuss any other alternatives. He made no mention of any other storage. I know there were Durban Police Station, Maiden Wharf, or Isipingo police stations which operated 24 hours. These would have been more secure. Brigadier Nyuswa never mentioned anything about taking the exhibits to Isipingo or booking them at the Isipingo police station. You did you have a conversation with him to tell him what Lieutenant Colonel Jacob had told you, that they had gone to Isipingo, they booked it in?
I did. It worries me. Why is he putting this here? But anyway, he has said many things that are not correct to the commission.
Okay. Yes, it's your opportunity now
Yeah,
to correct them.
First about the timeline. Second, about the human chain, that I was there on the human chain drinking coffee, that he gave me the keys. Those are all unfounded things. Basically, I was not there when they formed that human chain, because if you know Isipingo is the town has got one main road. So when you are in, for you to come out is a mission, because there is a traffic flow. That's what caused us to come very late at Potchefstroom.
This is you and General Sonona?
Yes.
Okay. I do have an issue with that. When General Sonona says to you that you must go to oversee the operation, you're on your way to Isipingo police station?
Yes, correct, Commissioners.
But at that stage, you've already told the members that it must go to Port Shepstone, the exhibits must go to Port Shepstone, and you've already activated the tracking team to assist, correct?
Yes, on the instruction of my boss.
Yes. So when you leave with General Sonona to go to Isipingo, why don't you call the members then to find out where they are? Why do you go all the way to Isipingo on the assumption that they are still there? What gave you that impression that they would still be there if you had already told them where to go to, that they must go to Port Shepstone, and that a team had been activated to escort them?
Commissioners, I would not have an answer, because when we were about to enter Isipingo police, that is when we phoned. And they told us, no, we have left, we are on the way. And I didn't know whether he did communicate with them when he came to me to say, let's go. We were just driving, and then we then phoned and said, where are you guys? They said, no, we're already on our way to Potchefstroom.
But what were you going to do at Isipingo? Assuming you find them there, they would have been getting ready to leave in any event to go to Port Shepstone. So why would you have gone to Isipingo in the first place?
It was an instruction from my superior, and I was following that instruction.
So it's General Sonona that says, let's go to Isipingo?
Yes.
Had you all told him?
He said, let's go, but then we went to Isipingo. And then when we were about to enter the police station, we made the call, and the members are saying, no, we already left Isipingo.
Okay, so you don't know why he wanted you to go to Isipingo, you just went with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did it make sense to you why he would want to go to Isipingo if the members have already been instructed to go to Port Shepstone?
I can't say, but also I did not question.
I understand, and we'll deal with the dynamic of the relationship, but it just seems to me that there was no need to go there in the first place. You had already told them to go to Port Shepstone. I can't think of a reason why the two of the most senior members of the DPCI in that province would go all the way to Isipingo police station, because what do you do when you get there if the members are still there? There's nothing to do. They are getting ready to go to Port Shepstone. So the reason why it's important is because the timeline, according to Prinsloo, you were there when the human chain happens, and that means you would have been there earlier, which means that if you left your office to go straight to Port Shepstone, then Prinsloo's timeline matches. But if you say we still detour to go to Isipingo, then he's out in his timeline. And I'm saying it just sounds implausible that the two of you would go to Isipingo for no particular reason.
But we went to Isipingo, commissioners. That is why we were delayed to get to Potchefstroom.
Now, I understand that that's what you say, but of course, Prinsloo has a different timeline, which puts you at Potchefstroom premises much earlier than what you say. And you say the reason why I couldn't have been there earlier was because we first went to Isipingo, and then we had to detour, we had to turn around and go to Potchefstroom.
Commissioners, I think I made a diary entry on the day. And if my memory serves me correctly, I even said there that we first went to Isipingo and then from Isipingo to Potchefstroom. And that diary entry has the calculations of my kilometers, which I submitted at the end of the month of June to claim my fuel that I use on the day. So,
Are you saying that the claim that you made for the fuel would support that the kilometers that you traveled would support your version that you first went to Isipingo and then detoured?
I'm sure.
Okay.
It can't be. I know I've got an entry in the pocketbook, but then when you submit, you also make a copy of that, of the pocket of the diary, and submit to the police, and they will keep it in the system.
Okay. Now, when you then eventually get to Potchefstroom, you say you weren't part of the human chain.
No.
What do you observe when you arrive at the scene? What are the members doing?
The exhibits, being 27 black bags of suspected cocaine, were already in the safe.
In the bags, in the black bags?
In the black bags.
Okay.
And Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo and Pangase and the members were counting these bags, not counting the bricks, counting the bags.
They were counting the bags?
Yes.
Did you know whether they had counted the bricks themselves?
No. I think that counting must have been done at Isipingo.
Okay, so they would have taken the bricks out of the bags at Isipingo and then put them back in the bags to go to Potchefstroom.
Yes.
And when they get to Potchefstroom, they don't take it out of the bags, they just put the bags like that into the strong room.
When I got there, I did not witness that.
But they told you when you got there that it's 541 bricks.
Yes.
So they would have counted it already?
Yes.
Okay. And that you say would have happened at Isipingo?
That's correct.
Had you received any photographs from any team members at that stage of photographs taken at Isipingo police station of the bricks unpacked out of the bags?
Normally, when they submit a report, they will attach photos.
Now I'm talking about on that day, before you arrive at Potchefstroom. Had you received any photographs from them, from the members?
I cannot recall, but the report, there is a WhatsApp report that the members compile for the success. They will attach photos, and that WhatsApp report, I will send it to the general, and the general will send it to national office.
What do you mean WhatsApp report? So do they send it on WhatsApp? Do they compile it on WhatsApp?
There is the procedure is when there is successes or incidents, you compile a report. And the unit commander will send it to me. I will send it to the management group of the DPCI. And then the general will read it. If he's happy with it, he will then send it to the DPCI management group.
But that didn't happen on that day, that happened afterwards. The next day, or later that day?
Commissioners, I'm under oath, I won't lie, I can't remember.
I'm just trying to establish whether when you got to Port Shepstone, you had seen photographs of the exhibits unpacked, of the bricks unpacked out of the bags. Were there any photographs circulating at that stage?
Not on the official WhatsApp group, I don't recall that.
Okay. Because when it's then, according to you, it's in the bags, you say to Mpangase he must make sure that he puts them, or it's in the black bags. At the scene at Port Shepstone, you say to Mpangase he must make sure that the exhibits are put in exhibit bags and registered into the SAP 13. Do you recall you saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that stage, you didn't know that they'd already unpacked the drugs. They had piled it up at the Isipingo police station. Fingerprints were on the bricks. None of that you were aware of?
No. I knew that they would have unpacked the bags for them to know that there were 541. Because you cannot, from the bag, say, because these are 27 bags, it's 541 kg.
And what reason did they give you as to why it wasn't in exhibit bags?
The reason was that Isipingo did not have sufficient or exhibit bags.
Only Isipingo, not
Yes.
any other place?
No, they only mentioned Isipingo. Because I also came to know when they were at Port Shepstone that the exhibit were not sealed in the exhibit bag.
Okay, so you only get to know when you're there that they didn't put it in the sealed bags?
It's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, and that is why you then give Bangase that instruction to
Yes,
do it?
Commissioner.
Okay, and if you had been aware, what steps would you have taken?
I would have asked them to go source the exhibit bag from the nearest police station.
Okay, even if that police station can't store the drugs, the exhibits, you would have at least expected them to go and get exhibit bags from those police stations?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, your proposal to General Sonona that you must use the Port Shepstone DPCI officers, that occurs after you call FSL and they tell you that they don't have space, and when you give him that suggestion, you say that he agreed with the suggestion and instructs you to then tell Prinsloo to get the premises ready. Do you
Yes.
recall? At that stage, did you inform General Sonona of the security lapses at the Port Shepstone premises, or do you know whether he was aware of security issues at those premises?
General Sonona arrived in KZN in 2020 August, and he was fully aware. We even visited all the offices in the province with him.
Well, there's visiting the offices and then him actually being aware of the state of those offices. I'm assuming if he visits the office, unless somebody says to him, this Port Shepstone office doesn't have working CCTV cameras, the alarm doesn't work properly after load shedding, he wouldn't know about that unless he's being told. Even if he visits the premises and observes the premises, he's not going to know unless somebody informs him of that.
He knew because we were busy with the supply chain to get the proper security for the same office.
When you say we were busy, who are you referring
It
to?
was the supply chain management at provincial office and myself, and I was reporting to him.
And supply chain management also reports directly to him?
That time, we did not have a brigadier, so they were reporting direct to me.
They were reporting directly to?
To General Sonona.
Okay, so supply chain management is reporting directly to General Sonona, and you're reporting directly to him about procuring enhanced security measures at Port Shepstone.
Port Shepstone.
And when was this?
During that period, because this date back from 2018, even before I assumed the position in 2020, there were problems with the security at Port Shepstone.
Yes, I understand that. I want to know specifically when were you reporting this to General Sonona, that you in the process of procuring enhanced safety measures at Port Shepstone? When would this have been? Bearing in mind that he joins in
Remember
August
the first
2020.
3 months when he came and we were briefing him of everything that was taking place? It was during that period. Because it wasn't about the 3 operational space, it was all the environments within the DPCI, KZN.
And were these reports in writing, verbally? How were you reporting to him?
I cannot confirm now, Commissioners, unfortunately. But for him to say that he wasn't aware, I wouldn't understand why.
Who besides you would have been reporting to him about these, the efforts to get enhanced security at Port Shepstone?
Nobody.
So it would have only been you. I thought you said supply chain management was also involved
Oh,
in the
yeah,
process.
yes.
And who was it at supply chain management at that time?
It was Captain Van Niekerk.
So Captain Van Niekerk would have also reported to General Sonona that there's security issues at Port Shepstone and we're in the process of procuring enhanced security there.
Yes.
Okay. And I know you say you can't recall whether it was in writing or verbally. What was his reaction to those reports from you? Were you just reporting to him as a matter of course, or did he have to take certain action as part of the procurement process?
The application was in process, and they were, if I remember, the file was going to Port Shepstone and back, queried by the supply chain, because at that point, Captain Van Niekerk was not appointed as a procurement officer, so we relied on the motherboard, the SAPS, which was Colonel Madu. So they will poke holes on the file, that this and that must be rectified and it will be sent back. And at some point, I remember Captain Van Niekerk even volunteered and said the clerk at Port Shepstone must come to her office so they can go to the supply chain and find out exactly what do they want.
Would General Sonona have to sign off on the application? What was the purpose of involving him, of reporting to him?
The 585 form need to be signed.
By him?
The committee will sit and then we all sign.
Including General Sonona?
Yes, he would have signed, but I can't recall if that happened.
You can't recall if he signed, or you can't recall if that process happened?
The process happened.
Okay, so according to you, how far did that process go of securing the enhanced security at the premises?
Commissioners, I must say, even now, we're still in limbo on that. Because when finally Captain Vanike got the authorization to be a procurement office. Last year, he did the application, and when everything was done, it was finalized in, I think it was February, and he submitted the application, but it was not financed because the head office, DPCI Finance, said there was no money. And that application is going to be redone this year. And but what has happened, the acting national head advertised the post for security guards for the same office. And interviews have been conducted. Those people might be appointed in July or August this year. So at least there would be some people in that office, while we're also doing the CCTV and biometric entrance to the office, which might take some time.
Okay. Now, you say that you based your decision to recommend the Port Shepstone premises on the fact that you were the unit commander and you were based at that premises, correct? That was part of it.
The suggestion.
Yes.
Yes, which could have been approved or not approved.
Yes, of course. But I mean, if you are giving a suggestion to General Senona, who would presumably trust your judgment, being that you were the unit commander of that and stationed at that premises, what other suggestion, why wouldn't he accept your suggestion?
Especially because you didn't provide any other alternative. This was your only suggestion.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes, so you haven't answered our question because you say it could have been accepted or rejected. But why would he reject it?
If he had other alternatives, so we both did not have.
But what, I don't think I fully understand what you're saying.
Because you did not provide him other alternatives, you only provided Port Shepstone DPCI officers as the proposal or as the suggestion. What reason would he have for rejecting your proposal or your suggestion if there were no other alternatives presented to him?
No, I hear that. It was because previously we have stored drugs there with no problems.
And you told him that when you made
Yes,
the suggestion?
I did.
Okay. And you told him about the safes, the 2 strong rooms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him about your knowledge that you had, based on your conversations, as you say, with the landlord, that those safes couldn't be breached and could only be accessed with the keys?
No, I did not tell him that.
Okay.
I wanted him to respond to paragraph 46 more directly. Advocate Dube, if you were coming to that, I'd rather wait for you.
We can do paragraph 46 of Prince Lou's statement on page 14. You there? Do you still have it open, Brigadier?
That's correct,
Okay.
Commissioners.
It says, Brigadier Nyuswa was obviously aware of the storage capacity of the safes. Equally, he was aware of the vulnerability of the DPCI office and the fact that there was no active security. He would have been aware of the security applications I referred to above, the latest one being in January 2021. And then on the next page, he would have also been aware of the factual report I gave to him and also the number of burglaries which had been at the office. It was not my place to second-guess Brigadier Nyuswa's decision and commands. Put differently, I could not question his decision or second-guess him or his commands. I have to respect and follow them, which I did. Do you want to comment on that? Especially his comments about there being no active security, your knowledge of that, and the application in January 2021.
I knew about the application and the security, but I trusted that the drugs will be safe there. And it wasn't the intention that the drugs will stay long.
Why do you say it wasn't the intention for it to stay?
Normally, you don't keep drugs for a long time in a place, because then when the investigation is complete, they need to be moved to the lab for destruction.
I know that's certainly the intention, but the evidence that we have heard is that drugs can be stored at a police station storage for more than a year before it gets moved to FSL. And even when it is moved to FSL, it also stays there for quite a long time before it is destructed. You must have been aware of that.
I was aware, but
Okay.
I trusted the security of the safes, that the drugs would be safe at Potchefstroom.
Can I ask you this? You and General Senona, you were traveling from Durban to Ispingo. Where were you traveling from when you first went to Ispingo and later Potchefstroom?
May you please repeat that?
You and General Senona were traveling together that day.
That's correct.
Did you travel from Durban,
From our provincial office,
which is in Durban?
which is in Durban.
Yes, so why do you have difficulty with me asking if you're traveling from Durban? Did you inquire from other police stations in Durban whether they have capacity to store 540 kilograms of prohibited substances?
I did not, commissioners, because already Kenneth Jacob told me he exhausted all the avenues.
But did he tell you that he called stations in Durban and they confirmed that they don't have storage?
I took it when he said he has exhausted all avenues. As an experienced drug investigator, he would have done that.
But did he tell you that?
No.
Or did you assume that he did?
I assumed that he did.
And you never bothered to ask him?
No, I didn't ask him.
The reason I'm asking you is what paragraph 46 says is that you were aware of storage capacity of the safes, meaning all the safes, because if you read the paragraph that precedes that, 45, line 2, it says, I know there were Durban Police Station, Maiden Wharf, or Ispingo, which operated 24 hours. They would have been more secure. Brigadier Nyuswa never mentioned anything about taking exhibits, so we've read this one. But reading 45 and 46 together, Prince Law seems to be suggesting that you were aware of the storage capacity and the security in all the stations that he's referring to here. Now, when Jacob says to you, they don't have storage in Ispingo, you don't bother to say, have you checked Durban, because I know that Durban does have storage capacity and it is also secure.
Commissioners, I would say it's an oversight on my side. I trusted the kennel, and I did not follow that.
So you'll accept that as an oversight?
It's an oversight.
Okay, thank you.
Brigadier, why did you not phone Pretoria, FSL? You say you phoned Amanzi Mtoti. Why did you not phone Pretoria?
It never came into my mind, because we wanted a place where we can store them now.
Yes. Yes, I do, even if one accepts and allows for, you had to make a recommendation at the time because you are told that they have to be moved from Isipingo or they can't be stored in Isipingo. I understand that. You needed to move them at that time, and Amanzi Mtoti would have been the nearest for you, FSL. But you've made a recommendation for them to be stored at a place which is ordinarily not a place that you would store exhibits. It's not a police station. So you had time, after you had made the suggestion for them to be placed at Potchefstroom, DPCI. Beyond that, you still had the opportunity to contact Pretoria.
Commissioners, as I stated in my affidavit, in July, my whole focus was taken off the normal investigation. Now I had to focus on the civil unrest matters, which kept me busy. And I thought the IO and the provincial head will do the necessary because they can see how busy I was.
So what you're saying, read with your statement, paragraph 37, should we understand it to mean beyond the 23rd of June, you did not have any further involvement until in October when you were told about the suspected
That's
theft?
correct.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can put the consolidated statement file away for now. Now, insofar as the information from the landlord is concerned, that what he told you is that the safe cannot be breached. Was there anyone else that he had given that information to, or was it just you that he told that at the time? The landlord, which is the father that you're referring to.
Yeah. You know, me and the landlord, we used to talk a lot. I'm not too sure.
You're not sure if he would have told anybody else. You don't know.
Yes.
Had
Hence, I'm
you-
saying it would be good if there was an expert called so that what the landlord told me can be disapproved.
Do you know if, did you tell anyone else prior to the theft, did you tell anyone else that the landlord had told you that the safe can't be breached except with the keys?
No, I never told anyone this thing.
You didn't tell anyone?
No.
Okay, so it's really only you, that it's your word that we have to take that the landlord told you that because the landlord, the person that told you passed away.
Yes. I do not know about the other captains that were there before, who retired.
Which captains are you referring to?
There was once a Captain Mayback there. And the other one, sadly, she just passed on now, Colonel Nzingwa. Because it was three of us when we walked into that place.
At the time, when you walked into the place, when you were the unit commander?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo at that time?
He was a warrant officer.
Also at that premises?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not aware if he knows about this information of the landlord?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure, but he was junior. And also, Prinsloo, he was once a SAP 13 clerk for us in the same office.
Yes. What is the significance of that?
I'm just mentioning it.
Okay, so he was in charge of the safe at some point?
At some point.
Okay. But you don't know if he also knows if the
Yes.
land... Okay. And now that formed a big part of your reasoning for why you suggested Port Shepstone, is the safe and the information that you were given by the landlord.
And I thought the trucks would be safe there.
And at that stage, the intention wasn't necessarily for General Sonona to take both sets of keys. It would have stayed with the SAP 13 clerk had he not requested the keys.
No, he requested the keys, and I was happy with it because remember, beside the trucks being 27 black bags, there were pieces of bricks. So if anyone had access will come in and take one, no one will know.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. If anyone?
If anyone had access to the safe,
They could have taken it, yes.
and no one will know because it's 541.
Okay. And does General Sonona make the suggestion that he takes the keys before you go to Port Shepstone, or when does he first bring up the proposal that he take the keys?
When we were discussing before even phoning Prinsloo, because when he agreed, I also told Prinsloo that we will be taking the keys and the spare key.
Okay. And at that stage, so when you're at the premises now and the exhibits have been stored and it gets locked up, General Sonona takes the spare key and the original key.
That's correct.
Okay. That seems to be common cause, that he is in possession of the keys. You then say that he called you the next day, to inform Prinsloo that Mpangase is coming to needs access to the safe to
That's
take
correct.
samples.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And how did that process work? Were you involved in that process at all, other than just calling Prinsloo? Or did you just call Prinsloo and that was the end of it?
Excuse me. I wasn't involved. I was in my office. He called me, and I called Prinsloo. I did not see the keys being given to Warrant Officer Mpangase.
I think, yeah, you say that the last that you saw the exhibits was on that day, the 22nd of June.
That's correct.
Okay. And ordinarily, how would it work with these keys if you wanted to gain access to the safe? So if you required the keys, is there a form that you need to complete, a register, if you want to access the safe?
If you take hold of the keys,
Yes.
normally there is a handing over which I have seen in the documents here, but that is also completed by the person who's handing over the keys.
And are you certain that there were only the 2 sets of keys? So there wasn't the possibility that someone had made another set of the keys? You're certain that it was only the 2?
No, I don't think so.
It's only the 2 that you're aware of?
I only know about the 2.
Okay. And what is the purpose of the spare key? So I just want to understand, because he asks for both sets, so he's asking for the spare and the original. The SAP 13 clerk would ordinarily keep the original. What happens with the spare key?
I think it was for safety precaution that he doesn't have a key in Durban and someone also on the other side has got a key.
No, I'm asking ordinarily how would it work? Where's the spare key kept if it's just with the SAP 13 clerk has the original? Where does the spare...
Supply chain keeps it and it's locked away.
And that's at the provincial office?
No, it's at the accounting station, which is Port Shepstone.
Okay. Now can we deal with when you next hear about the Port Shepstone premises? That's in October 2021.
Can I just finish the June before you go to October? And I think Commissioner Baloyi also has a question on June. Brigadier, I want to focus on when you and General Sonona now leave Port Shepstone, that afternoon or that evening. I mean, you've already conceded an oversight on your part in not trying to find alternative space to store these exhibits. The other issue I have with your conduct is what we dealt with earlier this morning, that you are the Provincial Commander. You are at Port Shepstone. You can see that no SAP 13 entry is done. You can see that the exhibits are not put in proper exhibit bags and accounted for. And you are just comfortable leaving things as they are and saying, I have no further part to play in this. Are you not supposed to be responsible for ensuring that your members comply with the prescripts, especially the National Instruction of 2017? And that before you leave Port Shepstone, the exhibits are properly accounted for, they are properly put in proper bags, and they are properly stored. Because according to your evidence, as you left that day, you knew that the prescripts were not being complied with.
It is, hence they were told to come back. Remember, we took, the keys were taken. And then the next day they were told to go back and bag the exhibits.
I did not want to interrupt you. I'm talking about the day in question. You are there. You know that the exhibits are there. You know that nobody has gone to Port Shepstone Police Station. You know that nobody has sourced exhibit bags to properly store these exhibits. And you leave the Port Shepstone office with that knowledge, aware that your members have not complied with the prescripts. To say on a later occasion they were told to do it, to me it's not acceptable. Because if they were supposed to do that, they should have done it on the day. Nothing stopped you from giving an instruction on the day to say, go to the Port Shepstone Police Station, make sure that there's a proper entry at that station. While I'm here and I can see that there are no exhibit bags, let me make phone calls to make sure that proper bags are obtained, these exhibits are properly bagged, and they are done in accordance with the prescripts. At some point, people at your level have to take responsibility for these things.
I hear, Commissioner.
And you accept that you did not ensure that that was done.
It was not done, Commissioner.
And is that another oversight on your part?
It will be, Commissioner. Yeah. But I had my superior with me as well, but I guess it's also another oversight on me.
Yeah. And what bothers me with DPCI, this happened in 2021, and only now in June 2026, we get told that you have been suspended for your part in all of this. It seems like DPCI does not take action when prescripts are disregarded and people don't do what they are supposed to do. And that's a general comment. You don't need to comment to that, but I thought it's something I should say because I know they are watching and they might, going forward, attend to what I'm raising with you. It bothers me that it's 5 years later and only now they appear to be taking action. Commissioner Ballard.
Brigadier, the keys to the safe, we've had evidence that there is someone called an exhibits clerk or something.
That's correct.
Is that correct? So does it mean in this case, and that would be someone at Port Shepstone Police Station, if things were done properly?
Yes.
That person should have held these keys.
No, the keys for Port Shepstone DPCI will be held at Port Shepstone.
So they should not be at head office?
No.
Okay. And so by taking the keys, General Sinona effectively became the exhibit clerk, took the place of the exhibit clerk?
Yes.
That's what it means?
Yes.
Okay. So this is another area of non-compliance with how things should have been done, that the keys did not remain with the exhibit clerk at Port Shepstone DPCI. You accept that?
I accept.
Okay. Now, when you, now these exhibits are in the safe and you all pack up to leave, what instructions were given, if any, about security?
General Sinona told Lieutenant Colonel Prince that they must increase patrol and visit the office regularly.
Is that all he said? In those general terms, increase patrol, visit the office regularly?
Yes.
as far as
If I remember correctly. Maybe.
Well, his testimony, I think, is that he said that someone should drive by every 2 hours. Do you remember anything that's specific? Not that it helps, but do you remember anything that's specific?
Commissioners are...
You don't remember anything that's specific? But you say they said they must visit the office and do patrols.
Yes. Anyway, the office need to be visited because it wasn't not about drug, like I said earlier on.
Sorry, say that again?
The office need to be visited regularly because of other documents that are there and state equipment.
But what does it mean the office must be visited? People go to the office to work.
Yes.
Are you saying...
No, even after hours, Commissioner, and they will make entries to say office check, all in order.
So they would do that, just go in
Yes.
randomly and say, I came in to check, all in order?
Yes,
All right.
especially in the TPCI or in the detective environment, there's always people on standby to attend to cases.
I'm trying to distinguish police officers going in to see if there's anything that needs attention,
Yes.
and them going in as if they're security people. They've come to check the security setup. Are you saying in the normal course, police officers are required to go in and check for security breaches, whether everything security-wise is still in order? You say there's such a requirement?
It is a requirement because when you come to the office, you got to check the perimeters, check the building. If everything is okay, you'll make an OB entry and then you leave.
Is that prescribed anywhere? Or it depends on how officers feel on any one day?
There is a national, not a national, it's a standing order thing, but offhand I can't tell you now.
And who's responsible for that? So if there's no visit like that, and there's no entry, OB entry, that someone did come, checked the perimeter, checked the windows, and checked the doors, if there's no entry that speaks to that, is there any consequence at all? And who does the consequence attach to, if it is a requirement?
The unit commander, because his function is command and control of the unit.
Yes.
He needs to take actions.
And in this case would be who? Colonel Prinsloo?
Colonel Prinsloo. Because also, when you discipline people, it's a line function. I, at the provincial office, cannot go to the unit and discipline people.
Yes. But you, as a line officer, can discipline Warrant Officer Mpangase for not ensuring that the exhibits were in exhibit bags. It's a question that I was going to ask you much later, but you raise it now.
No, it has to be done by the unit commander.
And you say in this case, who should have done it with respect to Mpangase? Who would have been the unit commander?
The acting.
Lomo.
Yes.
But Lomo didn't know anything about this operation. You knew about this operation.
Yes.
So it would have been you, because on the evidence so far, I think it's Colonel, Lomo had absolutely no involvement in this operation and knew nothing about it.
Yes.
So the buck would stop with the buck would stop with you.
Yes.
So you were responsible to take action once you saw that Mpangase did not ensure that the exhibits are in exhibit bags when they were left at Port Shepstone.
Yes.
Okay. And the same, maybe let me ask a different question about Colonel Jacob. We know that from his evidence, and I think you've confirmed it, that he was effectively signed onto duty by Warrant Officer Mpangase because you did not speak to him to get him signed onto duty from his vacation. He's on leave. You and him say Mpangase called you, Warrant Officer Mpangase called you or came to you and told you that the crime intelligence contact wanted Jacob onto the job and you approved it. So you signed him onto duty. You
Yes.
approved his coming on duty.
I agreed for him to come on duty.
Okay. And you would have been the one that made the entries. So you signed him up. If we look at SAP's documents for the 22nd of June that year, we will find that you recorded, because we know he never went to the office. We must find...
It was a verbal authority, Commissioners.
So there's no record in SAPS that he came on duty that day,
Unless
other than you.
Yes, unless himself, he should have booked himself on
Yes.
the diary.
And when did he book off duty, do you know? And how did he book off duty?
When we got to Potchefstroom, he was not there. I was told that he didn't go to Potchefstroom.
So he didn't work the whole day. Well, can you just explain what that means? Because we've also had evidence, I think it's Colonel Flynn, if I'm not mistaken about his title, who said, yes, members can come in, can be called to come on to... I'm told it's General Flynn. I do apologize to him. We've heard that members can be called in to come up to come on duty,
Yes.
even though they are on leave. But once they have signed in, they're in for the whole day. They've reported for duty that day. That doesn't seem to have happened here. Can you just explain how it is you considered it appropriate that Colonel Jacob would come on in the way that he did? He doesn't speak to you, he speaks to Mpangase. You, through Mpangase, you say he can come on duty, but he doesn't stay. He stays on for a few hours up to Esipingo, and then he leaves, and there's no record that he came on duty and that he knocked off before the end of the day. To me, it seems like an irregularity, another irregularity about what happened on that day.
He should have signed his diary, and also when he was leaving, he was supposed to have told me. But I only found out when I was at Potchefstroom that he was not there.
And as the one that authorized him to be on duty and not Lomo, why did you not ensure that that paperwork was done? And I ask you this because there is a certain disquiet about how he comes on duty and then disappears without there being any record. And it's compounded by how this whole incident plays out eventually. So there's some concern, speaking for myself, there is some concern and suspicion, as you probably have heard from all the evidence and how we've engaged with witnesses about, in fact, what was going on here. Was this a legitimate operation? And you inadvertently or knowingly would appear to have contributed to the anomalies in how this whole operation played out. And one of the issues is, how does he sign up on duty through Mpangase? You don't speak to him. So Mpangase could easily have said to you, have lied to you, I'm going with Jacobs, you wouldn't have known. There's the skipping of General, I think it's General or Lieutenant Colonel Lomo. Nobody speaks to her. We haven't had any satisfactory explanation for that. Jacobs come in for a few hours. He comes in for a few hours and then he leaves. So far, we haven't seen any record that is evidence that he was properly on duty, authorized by his superior. And then things play out the way they did.
Like I said, Commissioner, he should have booked himself on the diary, because should anything have happened to him, like if the member meets an accident when he's on duty, the state remains liable to cover the cost and stuff. But then if he did not book himself on duty, the state would not have covered him.
perhaps more importantly, the state wouldn't know what exactly his role was. What did he do in this operation? Because there's absolutely no record of it. And my discussion with it is about your role in all of that, that as a superior, you don't seek to ensure that he has complied, he does comply with, at very least, the recording part of his being on duty and what it is that he has done.
Yeah. Commissioner, we're not talking about a constable here. It's a lieutenant colonel, a very senior person. He knows himself what to do. But I take note of what you are saying to me. But he should also be responsible senior officer, knowing that when he comes on duty, he books himself on duty, there is also an OP entry that is made in the office.
I don't doubt that, and he's not the emphasis, his conduct is not so much the emphasis of my discussion with you. It is your conduct as his superior who approved him coming on duty, the failings on your part, that there's no record, there's no consequence of there being no record, him not entering into the book, because you haven't done anything about it. It's really that. And if it's a criticism, it's really at this point a criticism that's directed at you, not him. We've had that conversation with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that last part, Brigadier?
I accept.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2:10.
Good afternoon. We are ready to resume the proceedings. Please make sure your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just before the adjournment, I was going to move on to October 2021. I'm not sure if the Commissioners still want to deal with June. Brigadier, you indicated that after June 2021, you then next heard about the Port Shepstone premises where the exhibits were being kept in October 2021 when Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo calls you about an attempted break-in at the premises. Is that correct?
It was in October.
Yes, in October 2021.
That's correct.
And what does he tell you during that conversation about the attempted break-in?
I cannot state the exact word, but he said to me there has been an attempted breaking into the office, and he started to have concern about the exhibits.
Can you just tell us, in relation to where the exhibits were being kept in the strong room, where was this attempted break-in?
No, it was directed at the offices, not at the place where the storerooms were.
Okay, and was anything taken?
No, it was an attempted.
Okay. And were they able to enter into the premises, or their attempts didn't succeed?
As far as I know, that they didn't enter the premises.
And how were they attempting to enter the premises?
If I'm not mistaken, I think the window was broken.
Do you recall at whose office it was?
No, I can't, no.
And you didn't go out there to go and look at the premises after that attempted break-in?
I was on leave when the call was made to me.
Okay. We know that when the theft occurred in November, access was gained through Warrant Officer Pinar's office, correct?
That's correct.
Is this all CZ's office at the same section as where the attempted break-in was attempted?
Commissioners, I cannot recall now. I cannot be specific.
Okay. So when he reports the attempted break-in to you, what he says to you, he says for the first time at that stage that he's got concerns about the safety of the exhibits, and
yes,
specifically the suspected drugs.
Yes.
And does he make a suggestion as to what should happen now that there has been the attempted break-in?
I don't recall, but I called the IO.
No, I'm just still on the
Talking
conversation
about
between you and Colonel Prinsloo.
I think he wanted us to move the exhibits.
You think, or did he say it?
I think he said that.
You think he told you in that conversation that the exhibits must be moved?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your proposal to him?
Hence, I called Jacob. I relayed the message. I told Jacob there has been an attempted break-in, that he must speed up the investigation, meaning that he must finalize and get the exhibit out of Port Shepstone for destruction.
Okay. I didn't understand your evidence to be that the reason why you called Colonel Jacob and made the suggestion about speeding up the investigation so the exhibits can be moved was because it was suggested by Colonel Prinsloo that the exhibits must be moved.
There's what?
I'd never understood your evidence to be that your discussion with Colonel Jacob that he must speed up the investigation so that the exhibits can be moved to FSL came from Colonel Prinsloo's suggestion that the exhibits must be moved. You never mentioned previously that it was Colonel Prinsloo that suggested the exhibits must be moved. Am I wrong? If I am wrong, please
you're
let me
quite
know.
correct. I told Jacob that he must move the exhibits.
Yes, but earlier on you just said that Prinsloo also said that told you that the exhibits must be moved. That's the first time I hear that from you, so that's why I want clarity on, is this a new version or?
I might be wrong, but he was concerned about the exhibit. That's why I'm assuming that he wanted them to be removed.
Okay, but he doesn't say that in the conversation. He just
No.
tells you he's concerned about
Yes.
it. Is there at any point a discussion about enhancing the security at the premises in light of the attempted break-in between you and Colonel Prinsloo?
I think we did have that conversation.
Can I
And
ask
on
a
the
question?
other side, Jacob had to see that the exhibits are out of that office.
Brigadier, earlier this morning you said when you suggested the Port Shepstone office, you knew that the exhibits will only be stored there for a short period. And that's one of the reasons you gave, and that's why you had a sense of comfort.
Yes.
It is now end of October, 4 months since the exhibits were at Port Shepstone. That's no longer a short-term period.
It's true, commissioners, but if the commissioners can remember that after July, I was also focusing on this civil unrest. And it really distracted me on my normal police duties.
Now, you get told in October, Colonel Prinsloo rather says to you, I'm concerned about the safety of these exhibits in the strong room. So it is clear to you that after the break-in, he expresses this concern. Do you not then call other stations to check whether they now have capacity to store these exhibits? Knowing that, because I assume you must have known that there's no 24-hour security at Port Shepstone, because if it had been there, this break-in probably would not have happened. You have all these facts now. You know that exhibits have been there for 4 months. There is this break-in. There is no security at these premises. The commander, the superior at Port Shepstone says to you, I'm concerned about the safety of these exhibits. And you say in your statement, all you do is you tell Jacob to speed up the investigation so that these things can be sent to FSL. But at no point do you say, let me see if there are other stations that are A, secure and have capacity to store these exhibits. Can we put this down as another oversight on your part?
I admit, commissioners, you know, if you were in my shoes with the unrest matters, this was really taking most of my time.
And to be fair to you, sitting here, we have the benefit of hindsight. And it's easy to say to you, you could have done this, you could have done that, you could have done that. So the purpose of my questioning is really to test whether you thought about these things and what you did about them. I am not imputing foresight on your part and suggesting that you should have known that the drugs were going to be stolen. That's not the purpose or the reason for my questions. I'm just trying to understand whether you thought about these other things.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I put this to you just for comment, to hear your comment? It seems to me, on the basis of your evidence, that things turned in such a way that General Sinona became the last person with a say-so over all of this transaction of the drugs, the investigation, what gets to be done. Is that a fair reflection, that he became in charge of it?
Yes, commissioners, because he had the keys.
Yes.
And I was busy with, he knew, because I was reporting to him every day of what was going on the civil unrest matters. And the country was waiting for us to bring results,
Yes.
which we did at the end of the day.
Yes. I say so not only because he had the key, but you tell us that on the 23rd, for example, he asked you to, he instructed you to call Colonel Prinsloo and tell him that Mpangase was going to go there to take samples. You remember that?
Yes.
So from that, it means Mpangase didn't come to you to say, I need to go and take samples.
No, he didn't.
Please arrange for Prinsloo to open for me. In fact, he dealt directly with General Sinona.
It's true, commissioners.
And you had no role to play there. If that is so, at which point, or did you at any point remain to have a say over what happens with these exhibits?
Honestly, I can't recall, commissioners. Besides that, the only person that was communicating with me was Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo.
So Lieutenant Colonel?
Prinsloo,
Yes.
yes. On October and on the 8th, he was talking to me.
Yes. I guess what I'm checking with you is whether what in fact continued to be your role and authority, maybe specifically, what authority did you still have in respect of these exhibits and the investigation and everything else that was happening with it?
Absolutely none, commissioners.
Thank you.
Brigadier, you said that you informed General Sinona of the attempted break-in, correct?
Yes, I did report to him. And
Why did you inform him of that, of the attempted break-in?
He is a provincial head, and he needs to know of the security breaches in the DPCI offices.
In General Sinona's statement that he made in the theft investigation, he doesn't mention that you had informed him about the attempted break-in in October 2021. He just deals with your conversation on the 8th of November 2021, on the day that the theft was discovered. Are you sure that you did inform him of it? And if you did, what was his reaction to you informing him of the attempted break-in?
I informed him and I told him what I told Jacob.
And what did he say?
He accepted that.
He accepted what? Your
My
plan?
explanation that I told Jacob to speed up the investigation.
So you inform him about the attempted break-in. He says, you say, but we have a plan, or how does the conversation go? I'm trying to understand whether it is just you reporting as a matter of course, or are you looking for direction as to what are we going to do with this, with what has just occurred? What is it that you're looking for from him by informing him of the break-in?
In my mind, I thought maybe he will maybe make some attempts to also assist.
By doing what?
To get the exhibit out of Potchefstroom.
But you don't ask him.
No, I did not ask him.
So he wouldn't know that that is something that you would want him to do, to use his seniority to perhaps get an expedited move to FSL. You don't have the discussion with him, though.
But commissioners, he's the provincial head. The problem has been tabled before him.
Yes, I understand that, Brigadier, but it's the same criticism could then be leveled at you as well. When your juniors report something to you and you make the proposal that you made that, oh, just speed up the investigation and so that the exhibits can be moved. It's also inadequate. So I'm just trying to understand why, when it is you are being told by your juniors about a problem and you give either no direction or inadequate direction, you are able to excuse that. But when it comes to General Tsunona, it seems that you're saying, well, he's the ultimate call. He should have known to make the suggestion. Isn't that unfair to say that he should have known at that stage? You're not telling him anything. You're saying to him, you've got it under control. You're not asking for intervention from him.
I do understand your questioning, but I don't want to go back to say that he himself knew what I was busy with. Although I was on leave because of me being tired of what I was doing, just taking a break, I think he should have assisted me.
Okay. Did you have the kind of working relationship with him where you felt that you could be open with him to make those kind of requests? Or was it a situation where you knew that even if you had asked for it, he wouldn't have acceded to your request? I'm just trying to understand, because there is now this issue where he's not acknowledging that you reported the attempted break-in to him. You say that you did, but you say you were merely informing him, but then you say you also thought that he would give direction, but you never really asked him for direction or intervention.
Yes, I did not ask for direction.
So the reporting was just to let him know that it happened?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't, there was nothing further that he needed to do from your side, other than if he had proactively suggested something?
But as my superior, I would think that when something like this is reported to him, he should assist.
Okay. And also in your mind, that assistance wouldn't have been enhanced security. It would have been to move the exhibits for him to use his seniority to move the exhibits to FSL.
Yes.
So when Jacob then tells you that he did speak to FSL and they don't have capacity, did you think of going back then to General Tsunona and say, my plan is actually not going to work because FSL says that they still don't have capacity?
Commissioners are online, can't remember.
You can't remember?
Yes.
Let me just understand, you can't remember going back to General Tsunona?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after that, Jacob doesn't report back to you about whether, so he says to you that they don't have space, they still don't have space, and he mentions this thing about taking additional bricks for sampling.
Yes.
What did you understand him to mean by that, about the additional bricks? And can you recall what exactly, or more or less what he said to you in that conversation?
For taking additional samples?
Yes. Did he say why he needed to do it?
Apparently the samples that were forwarded earlier on, I think they were flooded, but I also think the FSL should have told us in good time so that exercise can be done speedily.
It wasn't, we don't know when it was flooded, but at that stage he didn't know anything about it being flooded, even if it was. His reasoning at that stage was that FSL had told him that they would need additional bricks in order to do the analysis. So the weight of the bricks and to do the additional sampling. Did he mention any of that to you?
I remember, but it wasn't in detail like you are putting it, Advocate. But he told me that they needed additional samples.
Okay. And did he tell you whether there was a plan in place to obtain that additional samples and who would be taking those additional samples?
No.
You just assume because he's experienced, it would be dealt with in the
Yes,
correct manner.
speedily.
Notwithstanding that up until that point, they hadn't really been doing anything by the book in any event.
Yes.
Okay. So after that, you back on your regular duties dealing with the civil unrest.
That's correct.
Okay. And you next get involved when you get a report from Colonel Prinsloo that the exhibits have been stolen. There's been a break-in.
Remember, there were elections. We were all posted to work on election duties.
Yes, but
And then when I came back, then I continued with the civil unrest matters. And on the 8th in the morning, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo called me and told me that there has been a break-in.
okay. And then you say that you speak to Colonel Jacob, tell him that he must go because he's the investigating officer related to the exhibits themselves, right? The seizure of the exhibits.
That's
So
correct.
he needs to go there. And then there are other people that you also contact, but ultimately you and General Sonona go to the scene at Port Shepstone.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene, there were already investigators present from general detectives. You said that you called Brigadier Sabia.
Oh, yes. I called Brigadier Sibia and General Ngamangele, the district commissioner.
So, as you say in your statement, it was a shock to you that the safe had been breached, and when you looked at it and you saw the cutouts, that was a shock to you that it seemed that the safe had been breached by grinding it.
Yes.
Okay. I don't see anywhere in any of your statements as part of the theft investigation where you mention that you had been told by the landlord that the safe can't be breached in that manner and can only be accessed with the keys. Did you ever disclose that information during the theft investigation?
I never disclosed that. And, I was also shocked whether the information I had was correct or not. But now that I was preparing for my notices, I said, let me just say it, but I don't know whether it's worth it or not.
But it would seem to me to be a very important aspect of an investigation because if indeed that is what you had been told, then there could be a possibility that the scene had been staged, and that is something that the investigators should know, and for them to investigate that angle as well, the possibility that the scene had been staged and that the safe had actually been accessed with the key. Don't you think that would have been important for the investigators to know?
I think so, but honestly, those investigators never sat with us, me. The only time they would come, like, I gave the statement and then they came with a set of questions. It was not like getting to understand because I'm the previous unit commander there. Did I know anything, No, there was nothing.
And by investigators, are you speaking about the DPCI investigators?
Yes, the
Okay.
DPCI investigators.
Had you ever spoken to the general detective investigators?
Remember, the general detective, I do not know, the period was very short for them to have the docket.
Yes, but my question is, did you ever speak to them as part of the investigation? Did they ever interview you as part of the investigation before it was
No.
taken away from them?
No. Maybe they were still coming, but the docket was taken away from them.
Okay, so you only ever spoke to the DPCI investigators. They were the only ones that interviewed you.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you say that there wasn't a real engagement on the issues, that was more just a question and answer session.
Yes.
Okay. But you're saying that you would have volunteered the information at that stage had you been engaged at that level, or what is the significance?
Yes, I would if people sat with me and asked me about the security features on that in that office, but that never happened.
And other than what the landlord told you, were there any observations that you made on the scene, being an investigator yourself, that maybe made you suspicious that it could be a stage scene, other than what you knew about what the landlord told you?
Commissioners, I said that I'm not an expert, but I was surprised to see what I saw.
Yes, but your surprise, as I understand from your evidence earlier, was because of what the landlord told you. I'm asking about from your observations as an investigator. Is there anything that you observed on the scene that maybe gave you some kind of suspicion that maybe it was staged?
At that point, I cannot tell you because I was shocked. I was really shocked.
Okay, and then those investigators that were at the investigators, the DPCI investigators, weren't on the scene on the day of that you discovered the theft when you were at the scene, right?
No, they were not.
Were any of the general detectives besides Brigadier Sabia there? So was Jones there?
The district commissioner was there.
So it was only Sabia. None of the investigators who actually investigated the matter were there on the scene on the day that the theft was discovered.
I cannot remember. Remember also, me and General Sinona, we left early because we had scheduled interviews. So they might have come after I've left.
Okay. You said you had a conversation with General Mosikiri, who at the time was the Deputy National Head.
Yes.
During that conversation, she indicated to you that the DPCI head office would be investigating the theft.
Yes, I think it's also noted in my statement.
Yes, but you said that General Sinona also told you that the general detectives will investigate until senior management makes a final decision.
That was at the crime scene.
Yes. And then you get told by General Mosikiri that it's now going to be investigated by DPCI.
Yes.
And do you know who from senior management made that decision, that it be moved from general detectives to DPCI?
No, I can't. Maybe General Sinona will be able to give light to that.
You do mention it in your statement, but you don't tell her, and you say it's effectively the DPCI is investigating itself, correct?
Yes.
That's a yes. The DPCI is investigating itself. The head office is investigating DPCI.
It was head office was investigating the breaking at the DPCI. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay. And in your opinion, were you in agreement with that? I know it wasn't asked of you, given your seniority, I assume, but were you in agreement with that decision that DPCI should investigate itself?
Commissioners, I can't oppose what the decisions of my superiors.
Yes, I'm asking your personal opinion, not voicing it. I'm not suggesting that you should have or had the space to voice it, but sitting now and at the time.
Maybe they should have mixed people or give it to independent people. Yeah.
So it's not really a concern for you that DPCI was investigating itself, or was it a concern but you just couldn't voice it because there wasn't space for you to do so?
That's a tough question.
Can I just ask us
It's a
different
really
question?
a tough one.
Brigadier,
Because it will, sorry, ma'am.
please carry on. Finish what you're...
Now, because now I would be looked at opposing the decision by my senior. So I'll go with the decision by them.
If you wanted to continue this, I'll let you. Okay. All right. Brigadier, it's about now you're at the crime scene. This is on the 8th of
On the
November.
8th,
Yes,
yes,
you're at the
ma'am.
crime scene. You say in paragraph 45, I must state that when I observed the scene, I was shocked that the safe had been breached, but more than that, I was skeptical that the safe had been breached by grinding the door. What was your there and then on the scene as you looked at it and you're skeptical about what you're seeing? What did you think would have happened here?
It was unbelievable. If you look at the thickness of the door,
Yes.
and although I'm not an expert, the mechanism of the safe itself, after you know that it cannot be, how did it happen? Maybe it was someone who was working with the safes, I don't know, but I was really shocked.
Okay. Did you, and I accept that you're not an expert, and hopefully we'll get an expert who can comment on it, but you had been told previously that the door cannot be breached. It necessarily would have to be opened with a key, right?
Yes.
Did it cross your mind that a key would have been used to open the door when you were there and then on the scene? Did it cross your mind without suggesting who, as you stood there, without thinking, so-and-so must have opened, looks like may have opened the door because it cannot be breached safe?
It was hard for me to think in that line, Commissioner, because I knew the safe key was in Durban, far away from Potchefstroom.
So are you saying you discounted that the key could have been used?
Hence, I'm saying the only people that can tell us are the experts.
Well, we know this key was going in and out of General Sinona's office. We know that fact. The first time is the 23rd of June. We've heard from other evidence that Mpangase kept taking it in and out. So we know that it didn't sit tight in Durban with General Sinona. And so I'm asking you the question with that context, that we know on the 23rd it left Durban and went to Potchefstroom, was used in Potchefstroom. So it couldn't be that if you had been told by the landlord that this door can only be opened with a key, it's not capable of being breached, that as you stood there, you did not entertain that possibility, that someone of our officers may well have opened it, if your view or what you had accepted, that it was not breachable.
Tough one again, Commissioner.
I ask you this question because I want to suggest for your comment.
Yes, ma'am.
That you may not have mentioned to the investigators in your statement,
yes,
or even there at the scene, you may not have mentioned this conversation with the landlord about the door being unbreachable because you were uncomfortable about the consequences of mentioning it, consequences as in the implication of it. Because if there and then on the spot, and I think you would have been aware of that if there and then on the spot, you said, but the landlord said, this door is not breachable and can only be opened by a key.
Yeah.
You were aware of the implications of what you are saying, that you are saying one of your colleagues, including General Sinona, must have had something to do with the opening. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I can't say that, Commissioners.
Yes.
I can't.
Well, what do you mean you can't say that?
I can't say, yes, the location of the safe and the way things happen, I do suspect that someone within us
Yes.
leaked information.
Leaked information about the drugs being there.
Yes. I say this because, as I said earlier on, there are two safes. How the suspect will know this is the one?
Yes. Well, you're not the first one to say it. I think even General Snona, when he testified, he did say that someone, because it was widely known, according to him, members knew that there was this suspected cocaine in the safe there, because it didn't become a secret. People knew about it. So I think that there's no surprise about someone knew and someone shared the information. The question really is, did any of your members have anything to do with the breach itself? Especially considering you saying that it could only be opened with a key.
That's
And the suggestion there, maybe let me complete my thought, is it may well be that the door was in fact open. You're talking about it being staged, and my reading of that statement of yours is that the door was open and then the grinding is the staged part, because your landlord had told you this can only be opened with a key. So where in your statement you say you thought this looks like it may well have been staged, the implication of that statement is someone used the key to open it.
At least if I have the report by the expert, then I can confirm and say yes.
Yes.
But with me not having it, I'm unable.
Yes. I know you can't confirm it as a fact, but what I'm trying to get from you is, do you appreciate and understand that when you say it looked like it was staged? Remember, we know there was grind. It was, yeah. I have to be careful of my English. Is it ground or grinded? Yes, one of those. So when you say you thought it looks like it may have been staged, I'm trying to remember there. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Brigadier, because this is quite a serious thing. So I wouldn't want it to be attributed to you unfairly if that's not what you were saying. You say, I would have expected the DPCI investigators to have investigated the possibility that the scene was staged and obtain an expert opinion on whether the cards we observed could have indeed resulted in the safe being breached. So with that statement, it seems, my understanding of your saying that is you did not discount, and you do not discount that what it looked like is not in fact what happened, may not be what happened. Someone may well have opened the safe.
Yeah,
Is that a fair representation?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you just confirm this? I don't want you to speculate. I want you to just say what I observed. This is what it looked like to me. So, and because that's your observation, it may well be wrong. It may well be inconsistent with what actually happened. But from your observation, did it look like the door was opened because there was grinding that resulted in the door being opened? Just your observation, because you are an investigator of many years, 38 years as a policeman, just looking at it, what did it look like to you?
Commissioner, I could not believe what I saw there.
Can you answer it in the positive, not in the negative, please?
No, what I saw, I could not believe it, but hence I don't have anything to back me up. I'm unable to confirm with you, Commissioner.
Yes, but you're saying you can't back it up because you don't have an expert report.
Yes.
I'm not asking
I don't
you.
know. Maybe the investigators do have it because in the DPCI also we work on the need to know basis.
Brigadier, in the interest of time, just focus only on what you observed.
Okay.
Not what the experts would say if they had the opportunity to give evidence. I mean, we've heard stories of people coming in here and say, I mean, looking at that chair, it looks to me like somebody used a knife to cut it. That's not normal wear and tear. Now you're making an observation as a human being. That's the sort of information I'm expecting from you to say, when I got there and I saw this door, this was my observation.
But also, Brigadier, you don't comment as a normal human being that I am. You are an experienced detective whose job is to interrogate things that I see at face value when I arrive, and I see things. You have better insight from your training and experience, so you're being asked to comment with that in mind, that you're an experienced and quite seriously experienced detective. When you see that scene, what do you think? I know you say you're skeptical, but Commissioner Kumar is asking you to speak more positively. What do you think when you get there, when you look at that scene?
Maybe a bit of both.
Explain?
The staging might have been there. Also, if the mechanical, if they had the expert to breach the locking mechanical, could have also been positive that they were able to open. But to me, I still don't believe. I'm unable to answer this question, Commissioners, if you may pardon me on this.
Okay.
I noticed that you are reluctant to deal with the issue of the key because you are scared that if you respond to Commissioner Baloyi's question, it will create the impression that General Senona either opened the safe or gave somebody the key to open the safe. But there's another possibility here. With that key going up and down from Durban to Port Shepstone, it's possible that a junior officer could have created another duplicate, and that other duplicate could have been used. So don't discount the possibility that somebody actually did open the safe and the grinding happened, as you suspect, simply to stage the scene. Because you seem to be reluctant to associate General Senona.
No, I'm not reluctant. It's just that if I don't have evidence, I can't say something and say, I don't want to say it's him. I'm saying, but what I saw and what I know from the landlord, I was a bit hesitant as to what exactly transpired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brigadier, just to say that you must have entertained the possibility that the scene was staged then and there when you were at the scene, because you can't have it both ways. You couldn't have relied on the safe being impenetrable in order to suggest it as the place where the drugs should be kept because you considered it to be that safe. But then when it is breached and you see it being breached without the key, not for a second think that this scene is staged. It must have crossed your mind. Correct?
I hear you, Commissioner.
There's hearing and then there's saying if I'm correct or not.
Commissioners, please pardon me on this one.
Okay.
Dear, do you have an idea where the door is today?
Excuse me, Commissioner?
The door, the safe door, do you have an idea whether it has been kept because the investigation is still ongoing or it's been disposed of?
You know, I don't know exactly. I was so distant from this investigation. I really don't know what happened to the door.
Can I say that I have the discomfort that on something so serious, where you must appreciate, because of the way in which it played and your role in the way it played out, that you must appreciate that you would be one of the people that may be considered suspects, as in what was his role, questions being asked about your own involvement in this. And the concern is, notwithstanding that, you seem to have played an arm's length role, or assumed an arm's length role to how things played out, even after the theft, that you don't know what happened, and there's a lot of I don't know. And when you ask the question about why did you not mention your suspicion or your skepticism in the investigation, you did not mention it. It creates a disquiet about it, that on something so serious, someone so senior is content, is testifying to say, well, once the stuff was stolen, I left it to others and had nothing more to do with it.
Yes, I do understand.
You understand that concern?
Yes, I do understand.
Okay, thank you.
But I was not involved.
My co-commissioners and indeed Ms. Sigels-Ncube have touched on this issue. You were of the view that, or rather you were skeptical, I think that's the word you used, and thought that this was staged. Part of the break-in was staged because the lessor, I prefer lessor to landlord, because the lessor had said the safe could not be breached without a key. Now you have that skepticism, if not suspicion. Were you afraid of General Sinona, that you were not direct and voiced your suspicion, and scared of him because you knew that the keys, except for the times that someone else would take them for a while, the keys were otherwise always with him? Were you scared of him to voice your suspicion, or for not voicing your suspicion?
Commissioners, it was very difficult for me.
Were you scared of him?
If I say this, then people will say I'm suspecting someone, then my life is in danger. Where do I put myself as a...
So your mind, I'm not sure what to make of that. So did the thought ever cross your mind, or the thought never crossed your mind? I'm not saying you suspected him. There's a difference between suspecting him and merely saying But the owner the owner said this cannot be breached without a key.
Yeah.
I mean, also bear in mind that it's not as if 100% of the time the key was always with General Sinona. It would be with other people, and apparently for fairly long periods of time. In the sense, for example, if you go there to properly bag exhibits, that is, place them in bags, you are going to be there for a while. And if you go there to take samples, maybe it won't be as long as when you go there to bag the exhibits. But still, there were times when other people would have the keys for some time. So it would not necessarily be that you are suspecting General Sinona. Do you get what I mean?
I do understand you, Commissioner.
So your point about, if you were to raise the suspicion, you would automatically be making General Sinona a suspect is not necessarily true. So that takes me back again to my question. Was your failure to mention your suspicion or skepticism because of your fear of General Sinona, purely because he also handled the key? That does not automatically translate to him being the suspect, no. But was it because you feared him? Because of your knowledge of the fact that he kept the key?
I think, Commissioners, I should have mentioned this.
We know that. We know you didn't. And,
Yes, I didn't.
and perhaps you should have. But I'm interested to know what it is that made you not to mention it.
I said to the Commissioners that when I got there, from what I've been told and what I see, I didn't know whether I had the right information or not.
What did you not know exactly? That is, what information might possibly not have been right information? Is it the lessor's information?
Information that the safe could not be accessed without.
So you started doubting that?
Doubting.
Why are you mentioning that so late in the day?
No, but I think I said that earlier on, that even, I think it's Commissioner Kumali, he asked me where I was. I did mention that.
Oh, okay, all right. Are you still on this?
I'm going to move to the next topic, Chair, so if you want to continue, you may.
Okay. Will you be touching on the question of whose instruction it was for the exhibits to be taken to Port Shepstone? Because if you are not, I will ask questions on that.
You may ask it.
Yes. I don't quite see what I'm going to engage you on in your latest consolidated statement that you led through. But in your 20-page statement, in your 24-page statement, you seem to lay some emphasis on this point. I will take you to paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 of that statement. There you deny what Colonel Prinsloo says, which is that you instructed him regarding getting the storage facility in Port Shepstone ready for the exhibits. You say that it was not your instruction and that it was General Sinona's instruction. And you make the point in those two paragraphs that all that you did was to make a suggestion to General Sinona that the exhibits be taken to Port Shepstone, and that it was then General Sinona's instruction that the exhibits indeed be taken there. Do you remember saying so in the 24-page statement?
Yes. I'm on it.
Yes. Why is it that you make that sort of emphasis? If you made the suggestion and then the instruction, even if it came from General Sinona, it was based on your suggestion, why do you emphasize the distinction between your mere suggestion and then the instruction coming from General Sinona?
I said it because when I suggested, he agreed, and then it became instruction. Then I was...
You were merely the purveyor of an instruction from
Yes.
General Sinona.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes, but what's the big difference between the two? You made the suggestion.
Yes.
But for your suggestion, there would have not been an instruction from General Sinona. So what's the big distinction or difference that you are seeking to draw there?
I say this because if he had an alternative, I would have not continued to ask Prince to...
If who had an alternative?
I mean, my general, if he had an alternative place.
But now we know that he either did not have or he did not give. Or he didn't suggest any. So it went by your suggestion. Everything went by or in accordance with your suggestion. So what I'm trying to establish is why emphasize the distinction between you merely suggesting and then the instruction coming from the general. What was the big difference there?
Okay. You know, commissioners, when I wrote this, I was writing on my own. When I consulted with the evidence leaders, they also pick up that. Then that is why they advised me to write this statement. So.
Okay, let me just look at paragraph 32, because in the consolidated statement you deal with it at paragraph 32. I just want to see the difference in substance there. I'm not suggesting that there isn't. Yeah, I see there that you say you made the suggestion and then General Sinona agreed and instructed you to instruct Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo to prepare the safe for the exhibits. This actually captures what I had in mind, which is what's the big difference, because you made the suggestion, there was an instruction, and you also instructed. So in a sense, yeah, in a sense, it actually captures the point I was making as to where exactly the big difference is. And from paragraph 32 of the new statement, it seems there isn't really. Do you agree?
I agree, commissioners.
Yeah.
Maybe my use of English, not that I was pushing things away.
I don't think it's merely the use of English. In so many ways, you say, I deny Colonel Prinsloo's allegation that I instructed you. You even put instructing, which is the participle there. You even put it in inverted commas. So it's a conscious use of language. I don't think it's a...
I note my mistake, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Gosnube.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, do you know, I know Commissioner Baloy asked you, but do you know where the door is now? If the door is still at the DPCI offices?
No, I've been there. I've never seen that door. But maybe I can ask. It's just that now I'm put on precautionary suspension.
Okay, thank you. If I can just... We've just received some photographs. I just want to discuss with Advocate Selo what she does.
Maybe before the evidence leader asks a question, let me ask this last question. When you suggested to General Sinona that the exhibits can be placed at Potchefstroom, DPCI, did you mention to him that safe was unbreachable and could only be opened with a key?
No, Commissioner. I think I was also asked that question earlier on. I never.
You never told him that? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We have received some photographs, but we just want to establish if that means the door is still there now, because we've received photographs of the door in place repaired, and we just want to know if it is at the DPCI premises or whether it was done at the time of the theft. We're not sure, but there has been somebody that sent us information that to show us what the door looks like now repaired. There is a video as well, but I just need to confirm with I think it was the colonel that sent it to us, whether it is something that he took this morning or not, because we had requested that. So may I just continue with the Brigadier, and then once we've received that confirmation, we can show the recording.
Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Brigadier, we'll probably come back to this topic at the end. I just wanted to deal with the other matters that you have in your statement, particularly the issue about Warrant Officer Sander, and you are correct that he has corrected his evidence to the evidence leaders that you were not in the meeting in February 2024 when he was placed, when he was moved, temporarily moved by General Sinona to supply support services. He has corrected that and provided us his diary entry, which shows that you weren't one of the attendees. What I wanted to find out from you was who was acting in your position as the Provincial Commander when you were on leave at that time.
It can only be two. Either Colonel Velagazi or Colonel Jacob.
And we know that Colonel Jacob, according to a Warrant Officer Sander, was in that meeting. But would you be able to just have a look at it when we adjourn and make sure as to who it was that was acting in your position when you were on leave? Because the letter is addressed to the acting Provincial Commander. So that's why we wanted to know who that would have been at the time. That's the temporary placement letter of Colonel Sander.
That means I can maybe make a call to the office and find out.
That's fine. You can do that later.
Can he do this, because I was on that page? Just look at that letter and tell us if you've seen it before or if you've ever handled it. It's in Exhibit File 2 on page 475.
File 2.
But Shepston Exhibit Bundle File 2. It's 475.
475.
Did you see that letter, Brigadier?
No, I did not, Commissioners.
No, but I'm saying, do you see the letter?
I see it now.
Yes. And it was addressed to the acting Provincial Commander. Do you see that?
Yes.
You say that was not you. You've never seen it before and you never handled this letter.
And I was not the acting provincial commander. It should have said the provincial commander. Yes.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. So you will inquire as to who was who was acting in your position at that time.
I will have to.
Maybe if you look at the corner, bottom right hand, someone has signed for acknowledgement. I can't read that name. Doesn't that assist?
That would have been Warrant Officer Sand acknowledging receipt
As
of
the
that.
recipient.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I want us to just deal, I know that you weren't present at that meeting, but you say when you came back you found out and you were just notified that Warrant Officer Sander had been moved to supply chain management, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you were involved in the investigation of the serious allegations of corruption against him. That flowed from, there was this letter that placed him on temporary placement at support services pending the outcome of an investigation. You did have a role to play in that process, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your role?
I will receive the progress report from Colonel Mjali and prepare the same for the provincial head, who will then send it to national office.
Okay. Now I want you to bear in mind that the date of that letter is the 13th of February 2024. And then I want you to go to page 1004 of the exhibit bundle. It should be either in the second or third file. 1004. It's one of the new exhibits.
You don't know what's on the spine.
I think it would say exhibit bundle 3, Chair.
Thank you.
Or Gavin, I think Gavin Jacob, it was marked incorrectly, but it's number 3.
And you said page?
1004.
Thank you.
It's exhibit CJC 282. Do you have it, Brigadier?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. We have redacted the email, but this is the email correspondence, and you will see at the foot of 1003, there's an email from General Labia on the 5th of February 2024 at 1826 to General Sonona. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, Commissioner.
And it's subject forward corruption within the police, and it says, "Good afternoon, General." And then on page 1004, by direction of the national head, kindly find attached matter for your attention and feedback. Your office is kindly requested to further engage the complainant. Kindly provide feedback by the 23rd of February 2024. Respectfully, and then it's signed, but it comes from the office of the national head, General Labia. And if you look at the bottom of page 1004, so what he forwards to General Sonona is the complaint that had been received regarding a Warrant Officer Sander. And it says, I won't mention the name of where it came from, it says to General Labia, and it says corruption within the SAPS. I write this email to inform the police of what corruption their police members are in, and then follows the allegations against Warrant Officer Carl Sanders from the Durban Serious Crime Unit. He is highly connected with the criminal underworld dealing in cocaine. Now, What follows this is then General Labia saying to General Sonona, he must please give him a report by the 23rd of February 2024. And then if we go back to 1003, just above the email that I had just read of 5 February, you'll see General Sonona responds on the 6th of February to General Labia saying, "Good afternoon, General Labia, your email is hereby acknowledged." And then if you scroll up to the first email, General Sonona to General Labia on the 29th of February 2024. He says, "Good day, General. Please find the attached progress for your attention. This office apologizes for the delay." So he appears to be sending a progress report on the 29th of February 2024. In your statement, you say you don't know what that report or progress report would have been, but you do know that at this stage, they weren't able to find the complainant in order to interview the complainant.
I do not know whether there is a letter from NPA.
Yes, I'm going to get to that later. I'm just asking about the progress report here. Do you know what General Sonona would have reported back to General Labia on the 29th of February 2024 regarding progress? Okay.
I don't know.
Now if we can go to the NPA letter, that is at 1001 of the same bundle. And that you will see is dated the 13th of February 2024. But on the second page, 1002, it has another date, 21 February 2024. So we don't know when it was actually sent. But it is from the NPA, and it appears to be to the complainant. And the subject line says, complaint in respect of Detective Warrant Officer Sander, and then it gives an inquiry number. It says Investigating Officer Lieutenant Colonel Mshali, DPCI Port Shepstone, as you indicated. And then it says, we refer to the above complaint which you addressed to the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations Head Office via email dated 5 February 2024. The matter was assigned to Lieutenant Colonel Mshali, the DPCI Port Shepstone, and then it gives his number. And then it says, during a meeting held at our office on 13 February 2024, Lieutenant Colonel Mshali briefed Advocate Harrison of this office about the allegations, and the content of your email was discussed. The email seems to suggest that you might have more information about the other parties mentioned and the finer details regarding corruption involved. It was suggested that a meeting be arranged with you to obtain the details of your complaints so that each allegation may be investigated thoroughly. Kindly contact Lieutenant Colonel Mshali telephonically so that he can facilitate the meeting. Then we got the email from General Sonona on the 29th of February. We don't see any letter report suggesting that there was an investigation and that by the 13th of February 2024, General Sonona was in a position to place Warrant Officer Sander on temporary placement to supply chain management. You haven't seen anything that would have, other than what you see now, that would have been a motivation for him to move Warrant Officer Sander at that stage?
Commissioner, it's hard for me because I wasn't around at work. And if I perhaps see the inquiry where the investigator was writing in his diary as to what the steps were followed to secure the complainant, whether he responded, and what report was forwarded to head, I will be able to answer this.
No, but what I'm saying is that on the 13th of February, they're still trying to get hold of the complainant. There hadn't yet been a meeting with the complainant according to the NPA.
Yes.
So the report, when General Sonona meets with Warrant Officer Sander on the 13th of February and places him on temporary placement to supply chain management, there's no indication that the complainant had yet been consulted. that they had interviewed the complainant?
It will appear so, but
Yes.
I wasn't there.
Well, you were involved in verifying progress reports that were submitted to General Sonona.
Yes.
In any of your reports, did you record any interaction with the complainant and whether the complainant verified this information?
I don't recall.
Well, did you ever speak to the complainant?
No.
Did you ever speak to anyone who had spoken to the complainant?
I don't think the complainant was ever found.
Yes, that's what I'm asking you. So on the 13th of February, when General Sonona places Warrant Officer Sander on temporary placement at Supply Chain Management, there's no interview that had been had with the complainant. All that he had was that complaint that General Labia had sent to him on the 5th of February saying, here's the complaint, please engage with the complainant. I took you to that email. Is that
I agree
correct?
with you.
And then when you get involved, so you come back and you get told that Warrant Officer Sander had been moved.
Yes.
What was your attitude towards his movement, given that he was a member of your team?
I was shown this letter, and I looked at the letter, and there were serious allegations. So I did not object to the decision taken to remove him.
Okay. And at what point does the investigation get finalized into the serious allegations of serious corruption?
I think the last letter was in 25 March.
That is March 2025. So if we can go to that information note on page 993 of the bundle. And you will tell me where there is a finding made or an outcome insofar as that investigation is concerned. The investigation that emanated from that email of 5 February 2024. So do you have the information note?
Yes, I do.
And if we go to page 998, page 998, you will see that the information note was verified by you. It was prepared by, what is AC? ACND Shangase. What does the AC stand for?
Admin clerk.
Okay, so the admin clerk Shangase, and you verified it. So you satisfied yourself with the information that was contained in this information note.
Yes.
Correct? On page 998, because you have, that's your name on there.
Yes.
And you confirm that you verified the note.
Yes. I confirm.
Okay. We're on page 993 now, which is, do you have it?
Yes, I do.
So that's the information note addressed to the national head. And it is about, it's a progress report. And you say the purpose of the information note is to give feedback to the national head of GPCI on the inquiry. And then background, you say the inquiry was registered and assigned to Mshali, and then for further investigation. Then you talk about the email being received at paragraph 2.2 and 2.3, the target person of interest, Warrant Officer Sanders profiling, revealed that he has 12 different caliber of firearms registered on his name, license holder. Then it says he serves in a position of director, at least one entity, and a request for information on his entity was forwarded to Financial Intelligence Center. 2.5, a meeting was held with Advocate Harrison from Director of Public Prosecution in Durban on the 13th of February 2024. The matter was discussed in length, and Advocate Harrison indicated that she would discuss the matter further with her superiors. On the 20th of February 2024, a telephonic conversation was conducted with Advocate Vani Govender, Head of Organised Crime at Durban DPP office, and she suggested that the matter should be referred to Peter Marisburg DPP's office because Durban office has other matters involving the target. So the target being Warrant Officer Sander. And that other matter would be the one that you had referred to, which was the DPCI judge complaint from 2023, where he's not mentioned.
Yes.
That's correct. So it's that one that's been referred to.
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay. Then if we can go to 2.8. On the 21st of February 2024, Advocate Harrison contacted the investigating officer telephonically and informed him that the matter has been registered at her office. Then we get to evidence obtained. 3.1, investigation revealed thus far that Warrant Officer Carl Sander is linked to an entity named where he holds position as a director, and gives the registration number and the other members, and then it says at on the next page, 995, it mentions again things related to the shooting club, and 4, final analysis by FIC. Based on the financial intelligence gathered, it was deduced that the subject requests have financial footprints with various banking institutions in South Africa, as noted in Annexure A. Then it says open source searches reveals that the subject could be linked to one business entity and could also be linked to 3 individuals. Intelligence also revealed that the subject could be linked to 1 vehicle and 1 immovable property. 5, recommendation by FIC. In line with the findings and analysis of the FIC report, following recommendations are to be considered. That this request be scrutinized for further investigation on possible criminal and/or illegal activities perpetrated by the subjects based on the information outlined in this report, and to identify additional suspects that may be involved in such activity. The results in respect of the confirmation of a business relationship obtained in terms of Section 27 of FIC was incorporated into the report. The subjects have been flagged on FIC database in order to advise the police immediately should they receive any other relevant reports in the future. Then the findings by the FIC. The FIC received no suspicious and unusual transaction or activity reports with reference to Section 29 of the FIC Act related to the subject Carl Sander. FIC received no cash threshold reports with reference to Section 28 of the FIC Act. 6.3 CTRs refer to reports on transaction, i.e. cash received or paid by the institution in excess of the threshold amount of 49,999. Where there are transactions exceeding the threshold amount, the institution must file a CTR with the FIC. No unusual or suspicious transactions found on the suspect's bank account records obtained through Section 205. Outcome of the investigation. The information received from DPCI Risk and Integrity Management at the head office as per request through a subpoena in terms of Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act revealed that Warrant Officer Carl Sander did not apply for remunerative work. Investigation revealed that Warrant Officer Sander holds a portion of directorship at the shooting club and was incorporated on the 16th of April 2019. Current status, 8.1, disciplinary case, DPCI KZN DR04-2024 was registered and investigated. The employee was found guilty of not disclosing that he was a director of a shooting club. Sanction was verbal warning dated 10 March 2025. And it's signed by Major General Provincial Head, Director for Priority Crime Investigation, L.S. Sonona. Now,
Okay.
in all of that,
May I clarify this?
Yes, please do.
I signed this letter on behalf of General Snow.
Yes, okay. Now, in all of that, where is the outcome of the investigation emanating from the 5 February 2024 email by a whistleblower to General Labia?
Remember, they were talking about him living life at large. And the investigation, the IO applied through the FIC to check if FIC can pick up anything. And these are the findings of the FIC. So it is incorporated in this report.
Brigadier, the information note starts out by referring to the email that was sent at 2.2, the email that was sent by the complainant.
Yes.
And then the outcome relates to him being a member of a shooting club, not having declared that, and then there's a verbal, there was disciplinary proceedings, and he was given a verbal warning. What I'm asking you is, where do you in this information note deal with the allegations contained in the whistleblower's email of 5 February 2024 and give an outcome of those allegations? And it's not enough to say there were allegations that he was living large. The allegations were more serious than that. It was that he was colluding with the drug syndicate. That was the allegations. That is what resulted in him being moved, according to you. And you had no issue with that because the allegations were serious.
I think we should look into all the emails, the info note, because this is the last one. Maybe if we do that, maybe we can find that there was something of that sort.
Were you the author of the other information notes? Because these are the only ones that have been provided to us, insofar as the 5 February 2024 complaint is concerned. So if you were the author of those, then you can tell us what those contain. But I would suggest to you that given that this is the one that contains the outcome, that the others probably did not have any more information that this one would have had. Because this one doesn't say that the allegations were ever tested. As far as we can see, the complainant was never located. And for all you know, that email, the complainant may not even exist. It could have just been an attempt to move him, get him to be moved from SANEP because he was doing a good job, which is what he was saying, that he was stepping on toes and that is why he was being moved.
Sure. I can't answer.
Well, you must answer it because you're the author of this document. This document comes a year after he's been moved from SANEP. So for a year, you don't have one of your most effective investigators on drug busts. And you are okay with that, and you prepare a note, which ultimately the outcome is that a disciplinary hearing has already been had. He's been found guilty of not disclosing that he's a member of a shooting club and that he gets a verbal warning.
I just want to check if there were other things that were not given to the commission.
Okay. Whilst you're doing that, can I ask you, were you ever able to verify the allegations contained in the 5 February 2024 email by the whistleblower to General Labia? You ever able to verify those allegations that Warrant Officer Sander was colluding with a drug syndicate?
According to my information, we could not.
Why did you not put that in the report, in the information note?
I'm just looking.
Maybe just give him a chance to look at the notes he's looking at, then
Okay.
he can answer the question after.
Because I see another info note here dated 2024-07-15, which was signed by my provincial head. But I don't think the
I don't
commission...
think you've given that to us. You haven't given that one to us.
Does it answer the question that was asked by Advocate Nyuswa?
It really does not.
Because if it does not, then it is of no use.
Yes. This would have helped me if I had the inquiry itself. But unfortunately, when I called, the IO told me that the inquiry was filed and he doesn't know it.
The IO would be Warrant Officer Mchali.
Kennedy Mchali.
He's in Colonel.
But the question was, sitting here today, are you aware whether the inquiry was closed? Do you know what the outcome is? Because the complaint from the complainant was specific. And the document on 993, other than what is stated in 2.2, does not say what became of that complaint.
There's another one too. There's nothing's being said about the complaint.
And so in March 2025, you submitted that report to the information note to General Sinona.
Yes, but there are other reports that I'm seeing here that were signed by Kennedy Mchali and General Sinona himself.
Okay, you can give that to us later, but for now, I just want to find out, because you say in your statement that the investigation was finalized in March 2025. By investigation, you mean the investigation emanating from the 5 February 2024 email. Is that the investigation you're referring to?
Yes, I'm referring to the whole investigation regarding the letter the email that was received.
Yes. So if I understand what you're saying is that email is received, an investigation is conducted, you can't get hold of the complainant, but in the course of the investigation, you uncover whoever's investigating uncovers that there is this non-compliance where he hasn't declared his directorship in the shooting club. A disciplinary hearing is held, he's found guilty, and his sanction is a verbal warning. That's the sum total of it.
Yes.
Okay. And then why does he not get moved back to Seneb at the end of this investigation?
After this last letter, it is then that we moved him. But
Sorry, Brigadier, we can't hear you. Just move
I
closer
said
to the
after
mic.
this letter that the commission has, it is then that we move him to EPR on the instruction by General Sinon.
Yes, but my question is, why is he not moved back to Seneb?
It was a decision by the provincial head that he does not go to SANAP, he must go to EPR, and I complied.
Do you know why?
I think his reasoning were based on this, but on this email, plus the other one that came on the 2022, that's all I can think of. Because I went to him and I said, let's take this member back. And he said to me, it's fine, but he must go to SANAP. Excuse me.
To
Economic,
EPR.
yeah, EPR, protected resources.
Did you ask him for Warrant Officer Sander to go back to Seneb? Did you ask General Sinona for Warrant Officer Sander to go back to Seneb? It's very specific.
No, I said, when I say the member must go back, because he was from SANAP, so I meant that he must go back to SANAP. And then he said to me, no, he must go to EPR. And then I communicated that with Sanda.
Did he give you did General Senona give you a reason as to why he can go to EPR but not to Seneb?
No,
And you
I
didn't,
didn't ask him to.
Okay.
I complied.
Now, you know that Warrant Officer Sanders says it's because he was stepping on toes, because he was making all those drug busts. Do you have a comment on that?
I heard him saying that. I have no comment on that.
You must also have heard him say that he laid complaints against certain officers about loss of exhibits. And he placed a document before us and he said you were aware, those were addressed to you.
Yes.
And as far as he's aware, only action was taken against only the one person and nothing was done about the other officers, who included Colonel Jacob and other names that I don't remember. And he gave that as part of the reasons why he had been treated the way that he was, following this complaint that didn't go anywhere. Do you care to comment about that? You received the complaint. What did you do about it? Why did you not do anything about it if you did not?
Maybe if I look at the complaint, because I know there were a lot of DRs that were open there in that office.
DR is what?
It's a disciplinary regulation. We call it, when we discipline a member, it's called a DR.
Yes.
Yes.
And you're saying based on his reports or his complaint, because I'm asking specific to his complaint in the context of this discussion you are having with the evidence leader, that he says he stepped on people's toes but he thinks it's because he was making these busts and therefore stepping on people's toes. And then I'm adding that in addition to that, he laid complaints against certain officers and those were delivered to you.
To me?
Yes. I think he was asked a specific question. Was Brigadier Nyuswa aware of this? And he said, yes, he would have been aware of these complaints. And if you say you never became aware.
No, I know, sorry to come interject you. There were complaints that were brought to my office, and there were investigations that were done. And there were people that were charged. Remember, the investigation, it would be assigned to the disciplinary investigator, and he will say, this so-and-so and so-and-so must be charged. And I remember that warrant officer, the female warrant officer, there was also warrant officer, he's now a captain retired, I think Freeze was also charged to those complaints.
So are you saying the complaints that Warrant Officer Sander testified to as having been fired, that you acted on all of those? Is it your evidence?
Yes. Did he send them to me or it came through the channels? Because I would receive something from Colonel Jacob and then also report to the provincial head, and then the functionaries will be appointed to investigate.
Yes. I think he was asked a specific question. Did Brigadier Nyuswa become aware of these complaints? And his answer was yes, he did become aware of them.
I don't remember receiving anything direct from him.
Okay. Thank you.
It would have been, he submitted it to Sabia, I think he was a captain at the time, or Sabia, and then from there he said that you became aware of the complaints.
Yeah. But there is no complaint that came to my office and we did not act on it.
Okay. Now you say you joined as the acting provincial commander in April 2020.
That's correct.
When you joined, were you aware of the allegations against Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that were similar to the allegations that were later made against Warrant Officer Sander, that he was colluding with a drug cartel? Were you aware of that, and that there was an IPID investigation against Lieutenant Colonel Jacob?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that he had been moved from SANAP during that investigation until the investigation was finalized?
I know that he was once placed at commercial crime, serious commercial crime.
Yes, and it was pending the outcome of that investigation. And when that investigation was finalized, he was moved back to SANAP. Were you aware of that? It's fine if you weren't aware of it. You just came into the position in April
Okay.
2020.
No.
This would have occurred in 2019. But
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, no, I do.
That's why I said when you joined there, were you aware of these allegations?
no,
Okay.
no.
So was there any reason why Warrant Officer Sander should not have gone back to SANAP at the conclusion of the investigation? I would suggest even earlier than March 2025, most probably in July of 2024, based on that information note that you have there that we haven't seen, but that he should have gone back to SANAP at the conclusion of the investigation.
It was a decision of my superior. I
Brigadier, my apologies. I'm not asking you about the decision of your superior. I'm asking for your opinion. Do you agree that there was no reason why he should not have gone back to SANAP in March 2025, based on what you knew, because you were involved in that process?
No, I don't see a reason.
Sorry?
I said I don't see a reason why you should have not been placed back to SANAP.
But you did nothing to ensure that he goes back.
Because I was following orders.
Okay. And this was somebody, whilst he was in your team, he was a good investigator. He was one of the best investigators you had at the time, correct, insofar as drug busts are concerned?
Yes.
Okay. And when General Senona says he's not going back to SANAP, you know that there's no justifiable reason why he shouldn't go back to SANAP. You just agree with the decision to send him to EPR.
I sent him to EPR, but again, equally so, I asked him to do a very sensitive investigation for me there, because other investigators were not taking it anywhere, and he's still doing it. And he has progressed a lot on that investigation.
Can I just say, Brigadier, that you are the head.
Yes.
And Sanders falls under you. A complaint or an allegation was made against him. It went nowhere. You are confident enough to recommend that he should be reinstated to SANAP. I struggle with your presenting the position as if you don't have the ability to advocate for your members. You know your members, the members in your team, you know their strengths.
Yes.
You know where you are short of resources. And this idea that you are presenting, that you have absolutely no say. General Senona runs the show however he wishes, to a point where he can move people around without you having a word at all, even making a suggestion or advocating. It's difficult considering the seniority of your position. I mean, he's the overall head, General Senona, there's no question about that, but he has different, I think you've said commanders, commanders?
Provincial commanders.
Yes, who report to him. So he's not the be-all and end-all of everything. He relies on you. You are presenting and consistently about this operation. You first the operation in Port Shepstone, but now in this conversation, you are presenting the impression that you have absolutely no say. It's one thing to say, I did motivate, and I did have the discussion that I think he should return to SANEP for reason A, B, C, D. And General Sinona, well, he makes the final decision and is finally accountable, overruled my recommendation. That's a different scenario than having someone of your seniority who says, well, I was following instructions. I said the man should be returned, and I don't know for what reason General Sinona decided he must go to EPR, but hey, it was an instruction, and there was nothing more I could say. Never mind do, I'm not even saying do, I'm saying say about it. Then it raises questions about the effectiveness of these positions of leadership. If after all, someone in General Sinona's position, and that not just him, I'm not being personal to him, but if someone who holds that position after all makes all the decisions and doesn't get any input and assistance from his middle management or executive management, because that's what you are, then it raises questions about the effectiveness of that structure. If not the structure, then of the people that get appointed to those positions. Do you want to comment about it? Is this something that we should be worried about, or we just don't understand how things work in the SAPs, or how they are designed to work, in fact?
I think in my first statement that I read this morning, paragraph 13, the commissioners will find the answer there.
Where you say General Sinona just
Page 4.
does as he wishes. You say paragraph?
13.
Okay. He was not someone who consulted when he made decisions. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So it's really the person, not necessarily the organization and the structure that is problematic. It is that you have that kind of person in the position.
Yes, and I think other colleagues from my province in the TPCI can concur with me.
Thank you.
Brigadier, my concern is about you. You did not even ask for a reason. I understand that General Sinona makes his own decisions. He does not consult. But sender comes to you and says, I want to go back. You communicate his request to General Sinona. General Sinona says, no, he must go to the economic crime section. You don't ask why, because he's more effective at SANEP. So this is on you, because you were asked, do you know why? And sitting here today, you don't know, you don't have a reason, which means you did not even inquire for yourself so that you are informed and you are aware what the reasons are. You just accepted that a decision was made and you left it there.
Commissioner, as I have stated in paragraph 13 of page 4 of my statement, it's very difficult to engage with someone whom you know you're not going to win.
No, but you did not even try. See, that's my concern. A request was made to you.
Yes.
You passed it on to General Sinona. He makes a decision which is contrary to the request. Now, if you had to give feedback to sender, and he asked you, what is the reason? You would have nothing to say to him because you did not make the inquiry. And that's really my concern.
I hear.
And Commissioner Baloy's point, people in your leadership, without being insubordinate, just to understand the reason for the decision, making those inquiries is important.
Okay.
And even motivating for members of your team. I had understood, and I could be wrong, I had understood from Sander's evidence that in some instances when he applied for a promotion, you actually supported it. And ultimately he was unsuccessful, but you did motivate that he should be promoted. to a particular role. So even here, it makes me wonder whether you simply made a request to General Sinona or you actually motivated for his return to SANEP. Because those are two different things. Simply making a request and strongly supporting and motivating something are two completely different things.
I hear you, Commissioners.
You take the point, or do you want to disagree with me? Nothing I say is gospel, so if you disagree, you can say, I don't agree with you.
Commissioner Kumar, I hear you.
And Brigadier, just to say that if we go to page 668 of the exhibit bundle, that is not Warrant Officer Sanders' version as to why he actually did eventually return to your section. According to him, it was because he challenged the cancellation of his scarce skills allowance, page 668 of the exhibit bundle. I think it would be, and it is CJC 249. Do you have CJC 249? It is a letter on a SAPS letterhead to the Acting Provincial Commander, Corporate Support Services.
Yes.
It's CJC 249. It's page 667.
649.
CJC 249, and the page number is 667.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you see the letter?
I see this letter.
Yes, it's to the Acting Provincial Commander, Corporate Support Services. Do you see it?
Yes.
If you go to the last page of that letter, it's signed by Warrant Officer Sander on the 15th of July 2025. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. Now go back to the letter, to the first page. Cancellation of scarce skills allowance and service allowance. That was his complaint. He says, on 14 July, I received a written notice of cancellation of my scarce skills allowance and service allowance with immediate effect. The reason given being that I'm currently placed at supply chain management in the provincial office and not performing any operational duties. A copy of the notice is attached. And then on the last paragraph, the last page, paragraph 10, he says, I believe that I should be placed back in my position at Durban Serious Organised Crime to perform my usual operational duties as soon as possible with the immediate reinstatement of my scarce skills allowance and service allowance. And he says that is why he was placed in EPR, because he was complaining about his scarce skills allowance and his service allowance, not that they were going to terminate it. There was a notice of intention to terminate it because he was now no longer in operational position. And it was on the basis of that that he was ultimately moved not to SANEP but to EPR, notwithstanding his request to be moved back to his usual operational duties. And that was in July of 2025. So I don't know when you had the discussion with General Sinona after the conclusion of the investigation in March 2025, but by July 2025, Warrant Officer Sander is still in support services and fighting to go back because there's an imminent cancellation of his scarce skills allowance.
My discussion with General Sinona was not in March.
When was it?
I think it was around this time. In July, because Sander started working back in in EPR on the 1st of August, if I'm not mistaken, 2025.
So then it could be that, as he says, it's because he was complaining about this, that it was as a compromise that he was moved to EPR, not necessarily your request to General Sinona that he be moved back to your unit.
But I went to General Sinona Because these letters are written to support.
Yes. You are no longer his provincial commander,
Yes.
He's now under somebody else because he's in support services.
But him too, he must be fair that we did, me and him, have a discussion about these things.
Okay, he didn't give that evidence, but he was never probed about it. His evidence was that he got the notice of an intention to suspend his care skills allowance. He kicked up a fuss about it, and he saw this as a compromise to send him back to EPR, not to SANAP, so that he wouldn't lose his allowance. Do you want to comment on that?
Like I said, that I did have a conversation with Sanda.
Thank you. Chair, those are the questions from the evidence leaders for the witness.
Meaning you are done?
We're done with.
Brigadier, can we just clarify two things? You may already have given evidence on this, and maybe I did not hear you properly. Let's start with Colonel Jacob, when you are told that he wants to be part of the operation, or CI member has requested that he becomes part of this operation. Did it not concern you that he was on leave, and why did you not say, seeing that he's on leave, why can't you get somebody else?
Commissioners, I won't lie, he's an experienced drug investigator. I was happy with him because he was going with warrant officers.
But does that mean there were no experienced drug investigators who were on duty on the day?
There should have been, but I wasn't informed.
Because as it turns out, he was not very experienced, because he said this was the first time he had been to this depot and he had performed this type of operation at that depot.
I think I did explain earlier on that when he came over from DSO, he was working at the drug section. And he was working with a very experienced colonel, who's late now, Colonel Hussein.
Okay. And then, sorry, you're not finished? Please continue.
Yeah. And I would have not known that this was his first. Should I have known, I would have probed to say, but why? Where's Carl? Where's Colonel Kopas? Where, I'm saying he was a captain then. Where's Captain Kopalsami?
Because you seem to have readily accepted that because this CI member wants him, it doesn't matter that he's on leave, he can go and be part of this operation. You seem to have easily accepted that, and you did not even question the motives of those who wanted him specifically.
Yes, Commissioners, as I said, because you find that members are comfortable to work with certain people. I even made an example that Carl will work with Kenneth Bucas. And him being asked by this member, which I do not know, I did not see anything wrong.
Can we go to the October incident after Colonel Prinsloo told you specifically that he was concerned about the safety of the exhibits?
Yes.
So you were not just reporting to General Senona that there has been a break-in. Colonel Prinsloo was specific when he spoke to you. He said he's concerned about the exhibits being there. Did you communicate the second part of that message to General Senona?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Prinsloo says he's concerned about the exhibits and where they are?
Yes. And then I went further to say I've informed Jacob.
Yes. And then the two of you, you and General Senona, all you do is to say to Jacob, expedite the investigation. You take no steps to improve the security, even after Prinsloo has said to you, I'm concerned that these things are no longer safe where they are. So it's a specific concern about the safety of the exhibits. And you don't address the issue of the safety of the exhibits. Instead, you say to Jacob, expedite the investigation, which means you don't address the issue of the safety of the exhibits at all.
I think in my evidence earlier on, I did explain that I was also hands-full of the civil unrest matters. And when I've reported to General Snona and Colonel Jacob, I thought they would come to my rescue because they knew what I was busy with. Because other people were continuing with their normal duties, and me, I was busy with this.
And it worries me that you didn't write any letters either to National Office or to FSL. You seem to have only made phone calls and you were content with that.
I concede, Commissioner.
Yeah. And this may be your last chance, at least with this commission, to deal with this. Looking back now, do you think there's anything you could have done better?
Of course, yes.
And what is that?
To be very cautious and take a precautionary step. Firstly, I shouldn't have recommended trucks to go to Potchefstroom. Secondly, when I was informed of the attempted, I should have at least left the civil unrest matters and focused to say that these trucks must be moved.
But from your earlier answers, it sounds like you couldn't even do that because you keep saying the boss is the one that made the you only recommended, and General Sinona is the one that gave the instruction, creating, and I think I tried to sound this out with you, that you have created the impression that General Sinona, this became General Sinona's matter, basically. He's the one that was giving instructions, he held the key, and effectively liaising with Mbangase, and so you gave that impression. And from that impression, what comes across is you had no further say in the conduct of this investigation and dealing with these exhibits.
Commissioner, I will agree with you because of the other part of the investigation that I was busy with, knowing that General Snona has the keys and the investigators are there, and they were not even assisting in what I was doing. They were just continuing with their normal duties.
And then lastly, Brigadier, at the end of this process, we must make findings and recommendations. And I raised two issues with you earlier, and you conceded that there was an oversight on your part. The first one was your failure to inquire with the other police stations, especially in Durban, whether they had storage capacity on the 22nd of June. And then the more serious one, which is you and General Sinona arrive at Port Shepstone, and you can clearly see that the prescripts are being violated, the way the exhibits are being handled, the way they are being stored, and your failure to take action against members who reported to you on the day. So you allow this culture where people don't comply with the prescripts, and for 5 years you do nothing about it, and people continue doing the same thing over and over again. And it creates this culture where prescripts are just there on paper, nobody complies with them, and people do as they please. And seniors at your level don't do anything about it. They don't take action against those officers. I consider those two to be quite serious, and I want to hear from you in conclusion what your position is on what I've just said, because at the end of the day, we must make recommendations, and we need to deal with these issues in the recommendations. So very briefly, is there anything you want to say on the two issues I've raised with you where you considered that there was oversight on your part?
Commissioners, I can't change what has happened. Only thing I can say, I'm sorry to you and the nation.
Not to me, to the nation.
To the nation.
Because these drugs end up in our communities, unfortunately.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just one last thing is the photographs and the video that we had indicated. We have received communication from the DPCI that the door is being used at a different location. It has been repaired. They've sent us a video as well as pictures, clearer pictures of photographs that were taken of the damage and the cutout, if we could just display it.
Are you going to be raising anything with the Brigadier about that?
It was just from Commissioner Baloyi to ask where the door is now and that. So it is being used at a different location and it's been repaired. The cutouts have been repaired, as you can see from the photograph there. And then you can show the cutout.
Thank you.
Do they say whether it's being used where they're storing drugs again?
No, they say that the lock doesn't work now, so it's not locked. It's used in a situation where it doesn't require...
The repair work doesn't look all that impressive.
It does not.
Maybe just to avoid any confusion, it's not suggested this was the mechanism. We don't know that yet, the inside locking mechanism.
No.
Okay.
I just want to see the outside again, please.
The first one, the round.
All right, thank you very much.
And then the pictures of the cutouts. And then we'll just show the photographs, Chair, of the cutouts and the scaling that was done with reference to a pencil and a cell phone, I think it was. To show the thickness of what was cut.
I think General Sinona even mentioned the actual
measurement.
Thickness, yeah. He said what? Was it what?
The next one.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Brigadier, thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And now?
Tomorrow, I think it's Ayrton, Chair, the Ayrton Street.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.